All right, everybody, we're here at the first ever Sleep With Me podcast mini golf review show. And we're using our, trying to create a golfing announcer type voice. I'm here live with myself, with Scooter here. Hi, everybody, it's Scooter. Thanks, Scooter. We'll try not to say that too many times. So, yeah, we're here with our first mini golf review show, maybe our last, because I don't play a lot of mini golf. But maybe I'll start because so we're not reviewing shows. We're reviewing mini golf courses in review more than a review of the quality of the course. More of reviewing Scooter's mind, and then, of course, going to the internet to get pictures and stuff of Review. Have you been to that mini golf course? What do you remember, Scooter? And all those things. And so let's start off with Scooter. When I say mini golf, what do you recall about mini golf? And tell us a little bit about your background with mini golf. Thanks for having. It's really exciting. We're here with Scooter. And we're on the first hole where he'll be explaining what mini golf means to him, which some people, have a different life story with mini golf. Maybe not that mine is, I guess I was late to, how I was late to mini golf. The chapter began. I remember seeing the commercials on TV when I was a lad. There was competing things, mini golf, and then a corporate version of it called putt-putt. And I do remember putt-putt had TV commercials that said putt-putt for the fun of it, putt-putt for the fun of it. And so for a time, that was my knowledge of mini golf, was that there was a thing, putt-putt. It was on the other side of the town, pretty far away. We never went to it. There was also a mini golf course that we would drive by when we, were somewhat near our house. Now, as an adult, I think it may be 4 or 5 miles away. Oh, yeah, I forgot. We may never get to talking about mini golf. So, one thing you should know about me, if you didn't know it already, is that I'm oldest of 6 kids. In a family of 6, mini golf would be chaos and cost prohibitive for a family of 6, particularly when I'm the oldest and supposed to be the most functional to go mini golfing. It just really wouldn't work. That would be 8 people, and everyone would want to have to do. It's just asking a lot. And again, I think when you look at even in when I was a lad, I would say that because there are add-on costs because you're going to want to hit the snack bar. So when I was a lad, mini golf was just not an option. And why would it be? It wouldn't have been. The whole idea is, I think they would also say putt-putt for everyone. And when you have a span of that age, it just wouldn't be putt-putting for everyone. Also, we do not have any golfers in our family. My father may have played golf, and my mother may have played golf before before we were born, and tired them out so greatly. But once we were the shining apples of their eye, the shining crab apples of their eye, even with just me, or with just a few, their pastimes did narrow down. And I think that, maybe before we were there, they golfed, they downhill skied and all those things. But instead, they brought me here today to bring you this quiet review of hole 1. Scooter remember the first time he went mini golfing? Not really. I cannot totally remember. I can tell you, though, that other than those putt-putt commercials, which some of my friends did go to the putt-putt, there was a place near my home. It was called Fairmount Glen Mini Golf, and it was in the city of Fairmount, New York. I was just talking to someone, I think in the podcasting business, who knew someone from Camillus, New York. So those are two pieces of information. But the thing you need to know about Fairmount, New York is that when I was a child, again, to go back to the 6 kids, the 2 adults, when we would go out to eat, which wasn't very often, again, but if it was a celebratory birthday dinner or a special treat or just an occasion where my parents had a little bit of extra skrill to spread around, there was 2 places we would normally go. Burger King in Western Lights, which was very close to my house, which my parents seemed to prefer Burger King. I think Burger King at that time, they didn't have a playland there, so it was less chaos, more likely to get something to eat. Occasionally we would go to McDonald's, but most of the time we went to Burger King. But when we wanted a real sit-down family meal, really fancy eating, we would go to Pizza Hut. And this was different than, this was the pre-delivery thing when Pizza Hut changed their formula and lost their way. I mean, not just my opinion. I think pizza history will stand to back me up on this. That the pizzas they cooked within the restaurant and the ones they delivered, when delivery became an en masse thing, were different. Now, I could be wrong about that, and I'm willing to admit that. But so we would go out to Pizza Hut. Now, there was 2 Pizza Huts that we would go to. One was in Nedrow, New York, and the other one was in Fairmount, New York. And for my family, going to this was a very big deal. 1, because it was delicious. 2, normally we would get between the kids to split a pitcher of SODA, which kids today, don't worry, don't think about it. And one of my parents would usually get a salad bar, so we would try to eat the sesame seeds. Also, they would usually have 1 or 2 arcade games that we would go and look longingly at. Maybe one of the older ones, if we had a couple of quarters in our pockets, we would play the game. But you'd only be able to play it for about 30 seconds because arcade games were tough, especially the ones in Pizza Hut. Pizza Hut would have large plastic textured soda cups, I think a red color. The pizzas they were pan pizzas. They came in the pan. They were cooked in the pan and delivered to your table. And it really is, for Scooter, a real treasured memory. Really, truly. If I had a time machine, that would be one of the memories I would savor and visit. Is that sweet Pizza Hut in restaurant pizza. Now, the thing was, when you went to that Pizza Hut, you would pass this mini golf place, Fairmount Glen, it was called. And for a while, it always remained a mystery. Even when I started to be able to read, I think I wondered what it was. Because I didn't really, I didn't have an older sibling, and so it said Fairmount Glen Mini Golf, but it was in an actual glen. It wasn't a saying. It was in a glen or a gully or a ravine, whatever the other fancy words are, but glen's a pretty fancy word for it. So it was down, so you couldn't see anything but the sign from the road and the parking area. And so for a long time, it remained a mystery to me. And maybe I went to a birthday party there, but I don't remember going to any birthday parties there. So I have no memories of going to Fairmount Glen as a true child. But then in your tween years, before you, even in my teen years, I would believe for me, before you actually go on dates, when you go out as groups, but you're not going out to do rowdy stuff yet. You're still kind of kids at heart. Mini golf was one of the few things you could do. Bowling, mini golf, movies, walking around. So we would, again, when you had the money, we would go to Fairmount Glen. Now, what age was I? I believe the first time I can remember going there was 8th grade, though it may have been 7th, or I don't think I would have gone there before then. And to me, it was, and I had friends that had now entering into my middle school friends that were regulars at this mini golf place. So maybe even the first time I went was with a friend, a middle school friend, like the Mangoes, or maybe my friend Pat and I went. Who were the other people I would have gone with? Kyle or Jeremy or some of the other people. So at some point, and I'm guessing 8th grade, we went to this Fairmount Glen. And then we would go there on a repeated basis in the spring, in the fall. Maybe, I don't know about the summer. I don't know if probably was someone I knew worked there, but. And so that is, Scooter, does that cover my memory for hole 1 of Fairmount Glen mini golf? Yes, Scooter, but tell me about, now, especially looking at the pictures, there's a first striking image when you get there. Thanks, Scooter. I'm going to try to find it here on all these various websites. You'd be surprised at how hard it is, even with the ubiquitousness of photos and tagging, to find that I could not discover a hole-by-hole picture collage from anyone. But the first thing you kind of remember about it is the long stairway and pathway down from the parking lot into the Glen. And now maybe you went at night or maybe you went during the day. But I think if you were in middle school, you were probably, like, it was after fall back, but you'd probably be playing at night, though not late at night. Maybe a Friday, maybe a Saturday night. And so you'd go down this path between these grassy hills. And as I was reading about Fairmount Glen, I learned that it was very well upkept. And I started to see these photos. The grass was always cut. The paths were clean. It has I believe it's a Geddes Creek running through it. So it actually has a running river. But the first thing you do is you go down this path, and then you see the A-frame mini golf check-in and check-out building where you get your clubs and you get your ball. You look at the pricing. At least at the time of this photo I'm seeing now, it was open till midnight, Sunday to Saturday. Opens at 10 a.m. So there you would get your putter and you would get your ball, and, you decide with the people you were with what ball you would play with. And yeah, there's like a lot of stonework there running through Fairmount Glen, and the river, which looks almost like, at least in the creek, I guess we could probably, because they did do a lot of work putting up walls and stuff. It does have a positive manufactured feel, which is really cool. So, yes, so those are a few things that I remember. And I don't know if people call it the Glen, so I won't I will hesitate to call it the Glen, even though I'm tempted to, and I'd like to. Okay, thank you so much, Scooter. Yeah, I'm looking at the sign here now, and that was the thing. There's stairs down, and then a path. And I guess if your parents dropped you off, or usually you'd carpool, so one parent would drop you off, and someone else's parent might pick you up. You'd see that sign. And here's the thing: in the heyday of Fairmount Glen, we'll do the 19th hole first, or the 18th hole, whatever it was, first, which was, and this is a popular thing with a lot of these mini golf. This is like the last hole is a challenge hole. And in this one, so it's a long running green. Then there's a swoop up, and then like in skee ball, there's like a drop off. So you have to jump the drop off. And then there's a giant face. This one is not particularly detailed, CLOWN face. but it still is. So it has 2 holes for the eye, each eye, and then a nose, and then a pretty big mouth. And the nose is the smallest hole and the toughest to get it into. And then if you got it in the mouth, you would get a -2 on the hole, deduct 2. I guess if you didn't get it, if you got it, as long as you got it into where the ball collection area, BCA, you probably got a 1. If you got it in one of the 2 colonic eyes, you got a 2. And then if you got it in its mouth, no. If you got it in the mouth, you deduct a 2. If you got it in the eye, you deduct 4. And if you got it in the nose, which I'm sure it happened, you got a free game and a free personal pan pizza from the Pizza Hut right nearby. So that was exciting for everybody. So that's what and it had lights, I think, to indicate which hole, which you got it in. And it was also covered with, like a protective layer so that kids couldn't just drop, so because everybody would try. And I think people would try to reach under and throw the ball, but even that wasn't effective and you could get caught. So that's a little bit about that. Now, I should also mention that I've never been very good at mini golf. I'm, people say that I say I'm not, I was born left-handed, but I don't know. I think I did one of those tests to see what my dominant eye was. And I am left-footed. I mean, I kick with my left foot. But, for the most part, I think it's like, oh, you're left-handed and left-footed, but your dominant eye is the wrong eye kind of thing. So things like mini golf, also I don't have, because, the same thing that makes this podcast work. Once I get into my own head, it's tough to get back out. So as soon as I get frustrated or, playing with other kids, I would, then my game would just, I didn't have the patience to just say, hey, we're supposed to be having fun. I wanted to be competitive, but I was not competitive. Though this mini golf course, I think, did offer a lot of opportunities for luck, almost like a skill shot. But if it, not based on total skill, it's like, okay, if you just hit it really hard in the right direction and you get it off to the side of something, this one did give out a lot of holes and ones on the skill shots. And that was also one of those fun things, you always forget what that term is, but like an infernal machine where you watch the ball roll and then it goes through the stone wall and you hear it inside the tunnel rolling, and then it plops out and then it rolls right into the hole. That was a very exciting thing. Very satisfying. I mean, in a really a tangible way. So that's a little bit. So I was never very good at mini golf. Still to this day, I'm not. I tend to now play like a 4-stroke game. I'll do my best on my first shot, right? But I won't try to overdo it, because if I overdo it, a lot of times I'll just, like a little kid, I'll hit it outside the entire course. But I try to hit it, whatever the strategic thing is, but in a conservative way. So I don't try to overdo it where it's going to bounce. Well, sometimes then I'll get frustrated and then I'll overdo it. But so that I have some chance for the skill shot, but then I'm not going all out. So then on my second shot, I can try to get it close to the hole. And then I'm not a very good putter, close up either. But so then I'll just try to putt it really close and then putt it in. And then, if you're going for a 4-stroke, then a lot of times you'll get a 3-stroke. Sometimes you'll get a 2. And that's really when I'm at my best enjoyment. Now, I won't come in first. But, we all know there's no first in life. There is. Okay. Well, I guess that's what I tell myself. I'm also looking at some of these pictures. There's a lot of planters with flowers. There's a lot of different types of bushes. There's benches for sitting. And it's a really nice course. Now, one of the holes that you see a lot of, and that you even saw here, And Fairmount Glen was the windmill hole. And these pictures look just like the windmill. I remember it. Now, a lot of the layout for Fairmount Glen was, again, lush. And then it would have brick type pavers. And then, of course, like a stone or brick outline. And because they'd been outside and through the winters, it had everything had a nice patina to it. But then they definitely painted everything and took good care of the fake grass, the turf. So this hole was a windmill. And it was a white windmill with some yellow and red highlights, like particularly the edges of the windmill building were yellow. Then the main part was white. And then the roof and the tips of the actual fans or whatever were red. And this one was like probably 7 feet tall, like a wind, whatever those things are called, fan to fan. And it moved at a slow and steady pace. This was the kind of thing that, video games at this time would prepare you for too. So basically what you want to do is shoot it right through the center of the windmill, and then you would drop down and you'd be headed to the hole. Now, if you hit the thing, which happened to me a few times, then it could bounce all the way back to you. Also, if you hit the base of the windmill, it could go off to the side. Now, the windmills were moving very slow, so I can remember the times I did hit it, being kind of dismayed that I had even hit the windmill. I said, how did I manage to do that? And, every once in a while, someone would try to stop the windmill. I think that was when we were even older. So that's a popular style hole here. But let me move on to another set of pictures here. These are actually pictures right from FairmountGlen.com so that we can figure out the next sign. We're looking at the sign. A lot of the different, really a lot of work went into the landscaping, which is very impressive. But unfortunately, not a lot of, hole 13 is a par 3. Now it doesn't, I don't see any pictures of it. A lot of people getting carried away with the style of, okay, so here's a waterfall hole. I do kind of remember this one. And this one was a big piece of stonework, manufactured 2-tier, 3-tier waterfall flowing. So you'd hit it down the main, what is it, fairway, I guess you'd say. And you were heading towards the waterfall. And again, I think there was like a couple drop-offs. It's not in the picture, but I think if you you hit it through the waterfall, if you didn't hit it hard enough, you could get caught, and then it dropped down to some like open space on a lower level, a little bit away from the hole. But then I think if you hit it, maybe even on the inside underneath the waterfall, was like 1 or 2 holes, and like one of them you would drop down and you could actually get a hole in one. And then the other one, there was, you were like, you're just, you probably got shot out somewhere nearby. I'm also looking at another hole here that's like stonework up a hill. Now these uphill holes offer, a big downside that we've all experienced, is which is when you don't get to the top of the hill and your ball rolls all the way back down, and then you hit it again and you hit it like out of the feature or whatever, off the hole, or you just keep repeatedly not hitting it hard enough. It's all happened to me, to normalize it for you. But this hole has a very small, it has a drop off, but if you hit it right up the center, there's like a hole in one hole, which seems cool. Right now I'm looking at the creek, which I had, even though the creek is not part of any hole, I did hit my ball into the creek before. And I think it was an accident, and someone actually asked me if I did it on purpose, from my class that I was with. Also answer another question that's come up. Never got a date to go. I don't think maybe I did in like college. but I never got a date there. Maybe that's the last time I was there. It was like this summer during college. I got someone to go on a date with me there, and I don't think I don't know, like didn't really. This was not during that date. But there was one time I hit it into the river or the creek, and the creek was moving fast enough that you had to move fast to get your ball. And I think someone was like, "Why'd you do that?" And I said, "I didn't do it. Why? What do you mean? Why? It just happened. Why are you showing? No, I'm not. I really just hit it. But there is a covered bridge over the river, which is beautiful. Another hole I'm seeing here was a red barn hole, and holy cow, this red barn is well painted and cared for. Now, I don't know how many versions they had to do this. Now, this one. So the red barn is sitting in the middle of a giant piece of greenery, and there's a bridge, like a green bridge leading to it, with nothing on the sides, like a little bit wider than a 2x4. And that goes down the center of the barn. And so you try to hit it down the fairway, then down this 2x4 covered in turf, through the barn, and then I think it led to the hole, and you probably get a hole in one. Or maybe there was a hole in the barn floor and then it rolled into the hole. But if you didn't do that, then you drop off to one of the sides, and the hole was on the other side of the barn. So then you'd have to kind of two-putt it just to get it by the hole, which, again, that's my strategy anyway. If I didn't do it, that would be one where I would go for it, you know. Okay, another hole that I do remember, and I'm seeing here, and I think they must have gone through a refurb and added all this stonework at some point. Just because I can't imagine this stonework. I mean, I don't know. I think it probably went through or maybe I just got lucky and didn't go when I was young. But this hole was like a pinball, like a fake pinball machine. And it included beautiful, I mean, again, wood, like really painted with this like enamel paint. So it had red, like the base of the pinball board is yellow. And then there's reds, and then there's the bumpers, which are just wood, like thimbles, but there's like a deep forest green, a yellow, and a bright red. And then where the pinball display was, there was just lights, but there were at least colored bulbs, red, green, blue, yellow, green, to give it some other effects, and then at night to just make it look cool. Now, this one, I think, again, you tried to shoot it up like down. I think you just tried to shoot it up what was the same as like a plunger. And then there was one hole towards the bottom in the middle, kind of blocked by a bumper. If you got it in there, you definitely got a hole in one. But then if you got it down the side or the bottom, you know, you probably had, then it went out into another, what do you call that, fairway, where you probably had to one or two putt it in. Then there's also, you know, this one had a stone castle. Now, I guess I'm trying to remember this stone castle. It looks like it's concrete or masonry with stones, and a few turrets, nothing too fancy, but like, because it's stone and not wood, it looks like a legit looks like more legit. Now, I guess the difficulty with this one, I guess I'd have to get a better look here. No, it looks like it just has one entrance to the castle. So I think this was the one I was thinking of, like similar to the barn. No, the castle's at the top of the hill. So again, you had the issue if you didn't get through the castle door, your ball would keep rolling down. Or if you hit the side of the castle, your ball would roll down. I think there's also probably like right if you hit it very soft, but you got to the top, like your ball would drop and then it would go off to the side. But if you got it over that drop off, so you had to give it enough speed to jump, but not jump too much, because your ball could bounce all the way back. There was like a little cup in the center of the castle, and then your ball would drop down, and you probably get a hole in one on that one too, probably pretty likely. So those are some of the fancier holes. Let's see. Now, again, I'm surprised that there's just not as many pictures of just the holes as I would have hoped. So here I am on Google Photos. There's a lot of I guess when the creek's so beautiful. Let's see, this one. Okay, there's another hilly one that I'm seeing that I remember. A lot of hills. And this one, like, involved, like, different ditches. So if you hit it hard up the hill all the way, I think you wanted to get to the top, and then it would drop, and you get a hole in one. But if you didn't hit it hard enough, there was, like, a couple of cutoffs where the ball would drop. The windmill definitely gets a lot of love. Holy cow. And the covered bridge looks good. I'm looking at a bunch of families playing here. Everybody looks like they're having a good time. Oh, here's a picture with the leaves in the late fall or the winter. And the leaves are bare. And it's not quite the same because it doesn't have that lushness, but still looks pretty good. More of the Glen. Another shot of the farmhouse. Maybe is a schoolhouse. I guess it's a schoolhouse or a church. Oh, no, there's a, oh, no, that's in Pennsylvania. So maybe that's not the one I was looking for. Everybody's got a picture with the windmill or taking these off and say, give me an on-angle shot. I would like a second by second run through this golf course, not some fancy photos showing off your new, your skills. So yeah, just running through these pictures. Oh, here's another one. This one's a why. Like, why would you play mini golf? Because it's fun. That's why. And in this photo here, I guess it's from a church. So it's like a church outing. There's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 people. They all look like they know one another, but this hole was a Y, and the hole was actually, so you started at the base of the Y, which was a bit longer than normal. Now, either, like if your arm, now let's pretend, so your feet, if you're standing up and you're making a Y, like you're doing YMCA, so your feet would be where you'd start the golfing. I guess you'd be lying down doing this, and then your arms would be the parts of the Y. And actually your mouth would actually be where the hole is. And where your head and your nose is actually like a stone planter. So if you miss the hole too hard, you'd go down either side of the Y and have to come back. So that's a hole you get where my conservative style really does work. Yeah. So, here's another one. There's a one that has what is that? That's a lighthouse, they call it. Now, the lighthouse doesn't seem to be part of the hole. So I do remember this one now. So this hole is the kind of hole you want to do. What is that called when you hit it off like an angled wall? Like not rebound. I don't know, when you hit it off an angled wall, that has an actual term, but it's not ringing a bell for me. Oh, I wonder if that's a hole. I see another one that's a well. Hopefully that'll come up. But so this one, you wanted to, I guess, angle it, ping it, ping-pong it. I don't know. So so it was a series of right and left angles. So the first fairway went straight until there was like a 45 degree. Is that 45 degrees or 75? I don't know. 75-degree piece of stone, 45-degree piece of stone, like with which is on the base of a cool-looking stone lighthouse. Just for looks, just a weenie in this Disney case. Now, if you pinged it off of there hard enough, then there was another wall, another long fairway, then another wall, then a left-hand turn, and then the hole. So, I mean, you'd have to hit it pretty hard to do that, but so the lighthouse looks pretty good. This is a different golf course, a couple of people playing, it looks pretty good. I did find what is that thing called, when you keep track of your score? I'm not even kidding. A scorecard, that's what it's called. So we could just run through the holes. Hole 1 is a par 3. Hole 2 is a par 3. Hole 3 is a par 2. Hole 4 is a par 2. Hole 5 is par 2. Man, I would have never got par. 6 is a par 2. 7 is a par 2. 8 is a par 3. 9 is a par 2. Par 2s, that's wild. There's also like some coupons here for a nursery, a rental place, tree service, Salve Bowling, garden supplies, and PIZZA. So a lot of par 2s. So the front 9, is that what they call it? 21 is par. And then the back 9's a little bit harder, 23 par, for a total of 44. And on this one that I'm looking at, the people scored it. One of the people got a 34. And the other person got a 50, which is very respectable, actually. Let's see. So we're rolling through here. We're looking. Oh, here's another one. Is this, I don't know if this was, no, that's not, okay. Yeah, okay. So yeah, I don't know if there's any more pictures that really do it justice. So what I thought I'd do, and I knew this would happen. So I have, of course, we're here. That was holes 1 through 9. And a trip down Scooter's memory. Now, we're here now looking at, so one thing I've always been curious about is like Ocean City, New Jersey. My brother and his wife spend a lot of time there, as her family has, her parents live there. And so it's Carl and Julie, what up, and Daniel, and someone new in the family, but not yet, like when this episode comes out. And Peg and Dave, what's up? So one thing about Ocean City that I've observed is that there's a lot of mini golf courses there. But again, when you go back to that original theory of why I didn't play a lot of mini golf, there's not, it's cost prohibitive because you say, well, there's so many of them. And there's so many other things that are kind of by the way, there's a 99-cent store you could get drinks at, though. So that's hopefully it's still there. And also at Coors or whatever, you could taste sample their ice cream before you buy it. So I've had a lot of their samples. Not to say just have a sample, so I thought I'd look at some of these mini golf courses, because one day I guess I'd like to go there and play some mini golf, because they have very themed, because I guess another thing is I'm a lover of, I don't know if kitsch is the right word, but they have like animatronics. I'm like the roadside amusement person. I love that stuff. The carnival feel. So they're always trying to get you in because none of them are affiliated with one another, or at least I don't know about that. So so they always have these cool displays. So here's one called Pirate Island Golf. And I guess this one is all the way at one end near the bridge. And it's a bit like that ride that Ray loves. Yeah, it looks like maybe it's not even on the boardwalk, because I'm looking at it here, and it looks like it might be outside. But it has like a little display. It looks like it has, and this is a theme of some of them in Orlando. Maybe one day I could do one from there. And now the pictures that are coming up, it looks, there's a very hilly one. That looks like maybe it goes downhill. Yes, steepest mini golf hole ever, according to this. This is on Yelp. So, and then the animatronics, it looks like they have a ship, which is cool. So this is definitely one, and because it's not on the boardwalk, it might be fun. It doesn't look super busy in these pictures. So if you've played at Pirate Island Golf, let me know. Or, if you work there, send some free tickets Scoots' way. Boy, I'll be there. Also looks like it has some undulating greens, which can be fun if you're good. And a waterfall. So that's pretty cool. So all in all, it looks like a nice one. It says it was voted. It's open till 12 a.m. Last tea time, though, is 11 p.m. And it's like you can see one of the water towers from there. And it looks like they have a big water feature, which is pretty common. I think another place that I always wanted to go mini golfing was Orlando, which I did do the first time I went on a high school trip. But I think we forced our teacher to stop. We were like, stop, please. We need to play mini golf. So that poor teacher, here's another one that's seen. Let's go on to the next one, Golden Galleon, another sea-themed mini golf. I guess you wouldn't, I don't associate seafaring with mini golf, but it looks like they have a couple seafaring pals. Now, this one is on Midway. It has a big Buccaneer. I don't know if this is near one of the Pirates of the Golden Galleon, this one's called. It looks like it has a big mural, like with dancing. I don't know if this is near one of the food courts. It really only has 3 pictures, though. The Yelp reviews are pretty good. There's only 12. Here's some other pictures. Oh, yeah, so I remember this one. So this one has a talking parrot. I'm surprised there's not more pictures, because this one has, like, right up against a boardwalk, like a giant ship, and then a talking parrot, like out of... what is that called? That Disney ride. So, I don't know, another one that's worth checking out for sure. Let's see, this one is a magazine, the top 9 courses. There's one, remember, we'll just skip that one. This one is, there's another one that seemed like that mansion in Disney World. And actually, it looks like the theming's pretty good. That's an indoor one, and I think it has AC. So that might be worth checking out if you're interested in getting some AC. AC and OC, you know what I'm saying? Then there's medieval fantasy golf, which is, themed like a medieval fantasy golf. I think I read that novel, but it didn't have the mini golf in it. It just... let's see what kind of pictures we have here. So this one looks like those are people with a trophy. It looks like it has like a black light hole, which looks pretty cool, like inside of the castle. That would be fun. Maybe more than one black light hole. It looks like it has a DRAGON. It's kind of built into a castle. What is it near? I'm trying to look at the shops. I don't recognize anything. I mean, I'm not an expert in Ocean City at all, but looks like a fun one. Most of the pictures, there's a wizard holding a glowing orb. And then there's also winemaking equipment on this one hole, so that looks interesting. Oh, so it's near John's Lemonade. I don't know how old these pictures are, though. And Angela's Restaurant. But it does, on the roof it has a wizard. It has castles. It looks like I'm seeing pictures from a wedding set up there. So that'd be a cool place to get, So I don't know how many of its holes have black light, but maybe there is one that's like all black light golf. Okay, then there's Congo Falls, which this one I definitely remember because it has a lot of animatronics. It looks like it has a helicopter that's landed. It has like a talking, it has like a mountain that looks like King Kong. It looks like there's a lot of water features from the outside. The helicopter's like zebra colored. And then I think it even has a show. I'm looking at some, let me see. Oh, yeah, it has like 2 gorillas in like tropical suits in a window, like playing music. And maybe this is even the one that has like they're inside the helicopter that landed. Yeah, so there's 2 of them in the middle of the sign that says Congo Falls, like they landed on the sign. And it looks like they have 3 18-hole courses, Solomon Mine, Lost City, and Congo Queen. But yeah, so they put on like a singing show, which is cool. And, yeah, so I guess that's like all I know about that one. It's like I've seen it from the outside. I mean, I think that, let's see, I'm trying to figure out which one I have the most FOMO for. Probably the one, like the indoor one with the AC. Then there's Castaway Cove, which is yet another themed one. Oh, no, there was this Goofy Golf. We'll do that one last. This one, Castaway Cove, is at Playland, which is one of the 2 places where you can go on rides. Or maybe that's what it's called, Playland's Castaway Cove. I don't know if they have mini golf. Oh, yeah, they do. Playland's Castaway Cove. Yet another one themed with, like a seafaring theme. I don't see a lot of, oh, they do have a show though, I think. Is this the one? Like at night, there's on top of the entrance, the parrot and the pirate have a show. Like, I think they even like, I don't know. I don't really remember anything about it, other than that. But it says it has a mini golf, so we'll have to take them at their word. It looks like there's also, I'll go through that top list. Goofy Golf was the one I remember almost being like asking to go in, like for Ray's sake. Because it just had a bunch of like, not paper mache, but fake, like stone and concrete, like brightly painted, like celebrity things. Like you can see one of the heroes in a half shell here. And I think it maybe is one of the better priced ones. It seems like that's what some of the Yelp reviews are saying. Let's see. This is from the Odyssey Online. This is the top 9. So it says OC Mini Golf. They rated it as 9 just because it's not as popular, as a better known. Then Pirate Island. Then the Disney Mansion Golf has some cool pictures. Then it has some pictures from Medieval Fantasy. There is a sword in the stone hole. Then Goofy Golf. Yeah, which kind of looks like the one that if you were making in your backyard, like it just has a lot of bizarre statues and stuff like that. And they say this one might be the most crowded on the boardwalk. And it's a tad juvenile, which is great for kids, not so great for dates. Animatronics are outdated, but it has like a lot of cool stuff nearby. And it's $5 per player at the time of that printing. Okay, then there's Seaport Village. Now, this one I think is the one that has some good animatronics, too, of like fish friends, and maybe a cool photo opportunity. Not too far away from Castaway Cove. Then Congo Falls comes in at number 3. So I'm with bated breath finding out what number 2 and number 1 are. This is according to the Odyssey Online. Yeah, let me just see who wrote this to give him credit here. Alex Bossy from Rutgers wrote it in September 5th, 2016. So great job, Alex. You're in college and you're living the dream that I would have had, just getting to go to these mini golf courses. So Congo Falls, we kind of talked about. It's been rated best of many times. One of the better courses in Jersey Shore in general. 3 different ones. One that is fully indoors and air conditioned. They have the gorillas with the music, not terribly difficult, but, centrally located. Then number 2 is the Golden Galleon, which we kind of talked about. It looks like it has a cool neon palm tree, which is always nice, and a giant pirate, which can't go wrong. And then number 2, okay, this is all the way at the end. The other end is, it's near Wonderland, is Tea Time Golf. Came in at number 1. It looks like it's $5. And according to the author, it's fun but juvenile. Very fun. moving objects, make the holes different and difficult. Plus, it's nice sort of Jillian's Wonderland pier and plenty of other stuff. Animatronics are lacking, but awesome holes. There's good ending holes, extra holes, and the cheapest course in the city. It's tied for that. So that's a little bit. That's another. I mean, I guess that's the first one I'll check out then. But yeah, so that's a little bit about. I guess I forgot to use there. That's a little bit about mini golf and scooter. Good night. All right, everybody. This is Scoots here, and this is a little bit different of an episode. We've done these style ones before. And this one is a workshop that by the time you hear this, I will have done for Patreon for other creators. So whether you're a creator, you make a podcast, you're an artist, I know we have a lot of different physical artists that listen to this show, or you're a hobbyist and you say, well, I love doing this or I love making this. And you wonder, could I do this part-time? Could I do it full-time? Should I just enjoy it? I've been in most of those positions before, so this workshop that I'm giving is about my journey from making something to doing it full time. And I said, well, I could do this as a podcast episode too, because it's pretty lulling and pretty sleepy, the version I'm going to give you tonight. But also for a lot of people that listen, very closely, or you do make something. I said, well, maybe it'd be good information. So a little bit of behind the scenes about the show and the history of the show, which we have not done in a while. And I don't know, I thought it'd be fun. And plus it's I put a lot, the other thing is I put a lot of work into this. And I said, well, maybe I could share it with the audience in a sleepy way because I did a lot of writing. I guess anytime I do a lot of writing and rewriting and all that stuff, I said, well, this could be a definite podcast episode. Definitely have hours and hours of material here. All right, so this is the journey from hobby to creator to full-time creator, or, I prefer maybe artist to working artist, or some people might prefer that. And the short, in this case, TLD, too long, don't listen version, or if you were watching this, it would be TLW, too long, don't watch or listen. Yeah, TLW, TLDWL, or, so that covers all of them, version is, you're really trying to craft something on a consistent basis that a crowd of people enjoy and that some people deeply connect with. And, I tried to figure out, normally I'm a podcast rambler. So I did try to figure out something with could I do 4 C's of creation or the 3 C's of creation? And then I got distracted. But really, I did want to think about what creates the difference between someone being virally a success or kind of like a fad versus someone that has engaged fans. I think it's the difference kind of those things, something you're crafting that's well crafted, that's delivered in a consistent basis, and that has a deep connection for those really deeply connected fans. But also those things are kind of more under your control than a lot of other things. The crowd part is less under your control than the deep, the deep connection part, and the craft, the amount of work and evolution that goes into your project is more under control kind of than what people necessarily think about it. And then consistency, it doesn't just have to do with for podcasts, release schedule. It's kind of that the show's consistently getting better, that there's a consistent voice, even if you're finding your voice. I mean, I think it took my show somewhere around, it was either 150 or 300 episodes just to where the foundations of what the show is currently are started to fall into place. And so... And the other thing is as you start to, I'm only going to teach you a few things in this seminar, but as you start to use them, whether it's on this project or a future project or in your day job, in your personal life, I feel like these are some things that'll serve you, particularly in other creative projects. Okay, so I guess that was longer than the don't TLDR version, but, okay, so who am I? I'm Drew. I make Sleep With Me podcasts. It's a bedtime story podcast for grown-ups. I've been making it since 2013. When I started, I had no experience in podcasting or audio production. I had no audience or listeners or following of any kind. And I just started making and releasing my show. In 2016 is when I launched my Patreon, and then I had occasional sponsorships, but sponsorships really never fell into place till like in 2018, 2019, not until just recently as a reliable source. Well, anyway, I don't want to get off topic on that. In 2017, I started kind of cutting back on my hours at my day job. Like I started buying vacation, I think before that, and building up my vacation and using my vacation to work on the podcast or go to podcasting things. But in 2017, I also started kind of cutting back to 3/4 time and half time. And then over that year, eventually in 2018, at the beginning of 2018, I think I went full time working on my podcast. And that's kind of still a thing, an evolving thing always. Also, a couple other things, like the podcast wasn't the first thing I worked on. Like between 2000 and 2013, I worked on a lot of other writing projects and writing groups and kind of stuff. I don't know if I ever fully leaned in and worked really hard and as consistently as I did on Sleep With Me, but I was involved in other stuff. So it's kind of like stuff I was making before this that led to Sleep With Me. And then since I was born, since birth to 2019, or whenever I became a sentient human being, I've also been like a full-time person who worries and daydreams. I know how important that is. A couple other things to know about, like, or things I wanted to define is, like, one, is this is just kind of my journey or the things I took from my journey that I want to share with you. There's many, many ways to climb a mountain or to be successful or to make art. And so there's not just my way. This is just one way. But I hope I can give you just a couple of specific tools that you'll use on your own journey. Also want to define kind of, for me, the definition of a part-time working artist is that some of your living expenses are paid through your project. And that ideally, like in my opinion, you're paying off any high interest debt and saving for an emergency fund. And then a full-time working artist, this is just my definition, is like that your living expenses are covered by the income from your project. You're also able to pay for your medical and dental insurance, and you're saving money towards retirement, and you have an emergency fund. Because, and I guess this goes into just self-care, and what are your rights as a worker? Like, even if you're working for yourself, or you're working in some sense for this project that you've created, or you're creating a business around it, if you're working, 40, 80, 90 hours a week, you do deserve to have a safety net. You do deserve insurance and to start saving something for your retirement. Now, the most important thing, and this kind of is aligned with that, and I probably forget to talk about it, is the most important thing is you. And when I say that, I mean like your voice, your viewpoint, your taste, your style, your art, your projects are very important. But what's also important is your self-care, your own mental and physical well-being. The world right now really is in need of your art and your viewpoints. But the only way to do that and sustain it is to take good care of yourself. And I also want to say that your art and you as a person and a human being are valid and important, no matter the financial stakes, or the audience size. Okay, so what am I going to talk about today? I'm going to talk about the kind of 4 stages I kind of looked back at that I found growing my podcast kind of into a small business over the past 6 years. And I kind of see it as kind of 4 stages, or maybe 5, maybe whatever. Like, there's a starting out phase. There's a phase where you're kind of keeping the project going and growing it. And then there's kind of when you're monetizing it, I guess, like, as people say, like you're building a business to part-time income, and then ideally transitioning to working at it full-time. But I also want to say, wherever you are right now, that's where you are. You're in the right place where you are right now. So even if you just started your podcast 10 years ago and you say, well, I'm trying to look for a little bit of a refresh or a reboot, that's great. I'm glad you're here. If you started your podcast 2 days ago and then 1 day ago you started your Patreon, that's cool too. Like, where you are right now is fine and valid. I mean, I do think these stages are best. You can return to them and they overlap, but they do build upon one another. And just like when your router's not, your internet's off and you restart your router, and sometimes it's magical, like maybe running through these phases, even if you have a Patreon, even if you have sponsors, like finding a way to start at the beginning of these stages and kind of work your way through them over as a supplement or a slight reboot over the next couple of years, I think it will hopefully help refresh your show, reinvigorate you as a creator. And I also want you to know that what I found for me is that the most fulfilling success, like the kind of success that tastes right, like is the kind of success you define for yourself, even if it's private or hidden away. And then the other thing is, I didn't write this on the slide, but there's that a lot of this is process-based, right? That there's no destination in the end, and that, or that the destinations change. Not super important in this second, though. So here's the thing I'm going to teach you. There's just 3 main kind of tools. One is like to connect with your audience by having conversations. And I'll definitely elaborate on this, but it's definitely different. With a podcast, a lot of times it can feel like one-way communication, especially in your first few years of starting out. But it feels always kind of can feel that way a little bit. It's like there's a bit of a delay sometimes, or there's like having to be consistent and repetitive in your conversations with your listeners on the show. Until you get a response. Like sometimes it can feel like you're talking into the void a little bit, and that's okay. It's perfectly normal because it is like something people are listening to after you make it, and then they're kind of processing and living in their lives. But I want to teach you some stuff to basically make that intentional and regular and consistent, how you connect and have conversations with your audience. I also want you to help you hone your craft and find your voice. And one of the ways I'm going to talk about doing that is something called deep listening. Couldn't think of a better term for that. And the final thing is I'm going to teach you this through having some regular meetings, is just to focus on the things that are under your control. Okay, so those are 3 things we're going to cover. One thing is, before we get to stage 1, is like, some of you might be in a pre-stage, like, should I even make this, or can I make this? And I've been there. Like, I had the idea for Sleep With Me somewhere between 2003 and 2007. I'd have to look and figure that out. I mean, I know when I had it because I was driving to the Pacific Northwest, but like, I put it off until 2013 because I was afraid and because of my internal critic. So if you're in this pre-stage, or you've been in it a while, or if you're just in it, it's all normal. But, and I know this is the advice everybody gives, but don't wait. The best cure for pre-stage is to put your perfectionism aside and just get started making and releasing something. But I know that's what everybody says, and that it doesn't always like give you the push you need. So let's do a pre-stage of that. There's a podcast my friends make, Jeffrey and Joseph, called Start With This. So I want you to start with that. Start listening to Start With This. Every episode, they give you a couple assignments. And I just want you to set aside like 5 to 15 minutes a day to listen to that podcast and complete the assignments. But do it as a gift to that part of you, that artist part of you, or that kid artist, like it's something really loving and self-caring. if you're in the pre-stage or any stage. I mean, it's a great podcast. It'll give you a lot of new ideas. So one of the things you're striving for, it's not necessarily a goal, but it's like because it's a little bit out of reach. That's why I say striving is to make a podcast where some listeners respond and they say, geez, I had no idea this existed. I've been looking for this my whole life. And I don't know if that's something you ever necessarily need to achieve, but you also want to be familiar with when you experience that in your own life. What movies, what books, what music, what podcasts, what works of art have inspired that from you. So just start to think about that. That's really like, instead of having a goal, be like, okay, that's what I'm striving to make. That's the kind of podcast that's going to grow into a full-time job too. Is that okay? So before we get started, like the first thing I want you to do, and you could do this wherever you are, I wouldn't do it right now, is to air out all of your fears and expectations. This is a bit like a business plan, and just write out all of your fears and expectations around the project. So my biggest fears with this podcast are that I'll be humiliated. I mean, for me, be humiliated, that no one will listen, that people will make fun of me. And also, these don't have to be realistic. It's better if they're not. If they're yours, though. It'd be really amazing if this happened with the podcast, that I instantly had 1 million listeners, that people started listening and they said, this is the greatest thing that's ever existed. That someone that I find a heroic figure of mine listens and calls me and says, this is mind-blowing. Those are expectations, or like get to know those parts of you. This is one about finding your voice too, but you want to air this stuff out and put it down on paper and don't shame it or judge it. These are parts of you that have these expectations. And then you want to kind of look at the less extreme parts. Like, oh, I would feel like that this podcast was successful if, and for me, that was like, well, one, if I started making it. So that was one like more realistic thing. And then I kind of, part of me was like, oh, well, this was even back in 2013 that people said, geez, you need about 30 to 50,000 downloads, which is really hard to get. Only whatever 0.5% of podcasts get there. But that was like, even in 2013, kind of the number people threw out of like, well, if you want to work on a podcast full time, you have 50,000 downloads an episode. So I did put that down, even in 2013, of like, that's probably not something I'm going to get, but it would be nice. So I did put that down as like I don't know if it was a goal, but like, well, that's like a unrealistic expectation, but maybe achievable. Other people have achieved it. And again, this is about defining this for yourself in the privacy of your own heart or whatever. The podcast would be a failure if whatever comes up for you, no one listens. Only a few people listen. Again, you want to keep probing deeper and deeper on yourself. I would be really happy if only, the podcast was a total success. You might say, well, what do you mean? Maybe have a conversation with yourself. It will really hurt. Just really take the time to flush all this stuff. It will really hurt if someone, sends me mean emails. And then the most, for me, this is where everything got unlocked. Is like 20 years from now, with the podcast or with this project or all your artistic projects in general, what's your biggest regret going to be? And for me, when I started to probe this, so my biggest fears, unrealistic, were that it was going to be humiliating. No one was going to listen. My family would make fun of me. And my biggest other unrealistic expectations were that the podcast was going to be immediately successful and that it would make me feel validated and important and good and happy. And then I kind of had some middle roads. Well, maybe I could get 50,000 listeners. What would I do if no one listens? But the 20-year from now thing, like I thought about when I'm old, and I said, what would I really regret most? And this is just my personal thing. It was like not trying. And that's what I kind of mean for defining success with yourself, is like getting out all these expectations and having them on paper. These parts of you these variety of expectations and fears are going to serve you very well moving forward because they're a real part of you. And by validating them, I don't know, I'm going to show you how to do, like, a little bit of how to do this. But also this is about finding your voice. I mean, you'll express it through your artistic project, but by really getting to know yourself, like, this is where we really connect as human beings or understand one another, is our shared experiences. Okay, so let's get to the nitty gritty now. So stage one is kind of starting out stage, and I've got some goals for you. The most important goal, and this builds on what we were just talking about, is to pick a time once a month where you're going to have a production meeting, or I call it a let's quit meeting. Your next goal is to make and release 1, 2, 8, 15, 21, 25, 30, like a regular number of episodes. And if you're in production, it's to produce your next 4 episodes or produce this month's episodes. So for me, it's to get to 820 podcast episodes released. Another goal in this that we'll talk about is like fostering your internal fan. Like, what are you a fan of? What do you enjoy? What do you love? Then you're going to start to deep listen to podcasts, like ideally ones that you hear other people that are popular or other people recommend, or ones you really enjoy. Ideally, you're picking podcasts that are really inspirational or aspirational for you. And then you want to start talking to your current fans on the show about the stuff you love and your future fans. Because remember that as you're starting out with your podcast, people are going to be listening to your earlier, the episode that you make today for years and years and years. And that conversation will be new to them. So they'll still be having a conversation with you in the present. You know what I mean? It's kind of like this strange time travel communication. And then I really want you to start building a support network, both in podcasting and your personal life. So those are kind of your goals starting out. Also for extra credit is to look at your paycheck every month or whenever you get it and check your credit card and bank statements every month and just start to get a familiarity, like a good financial overview. And also start to track how much time you're working on your show for extra credit. Again, like if you can do it in a way that is really clear and honest, it's really going to help you moving forward. Instead of being like, I think I work on my show 4 hours a week, and you find that, no, you work on it 30 hours a week, or you only work on it 2. It's like, oh, okay, well, maybe I should make some more time for my show, or maybe I should cut back. Okay, so what do I mean when I say deep listening? And this is in the craft of honing your craft kind of department is every week, and you could break it up over the week, or if you're ambitious, I don't want you to bite off more than you can chew. Maybe set aside 10 minutes a day or an hour a week on one day and listen to a podcast episode without multitasking at all. And it should be a really good podcast. And you could take notes, but just kind of, it's not about a second-by-second analysis of it. It's more like, how did that make me feel? What did I like about that episode? What didn't I like about it? Or she's I kind of feel neutral. And then eventually, like, as you do it more and more, you'd be like, how did they do that? Or when you leave and you feel, wow, I really feel invigorated or exhausted. Maybe listen to that episode again and again, be like, well, how did they do that? How did they do that? And then start to look at, as you get start doing this more and more consistently, more often, well, who makes this show? Who are they? How often does the show come out? How many people work on this podcast? Also, I want you to celebrate your wins. And in this case, putting out a new episode is a win. And if you're new in podcasting, putting out episode 1, 2, 8, 15, 21, and 25, those are gigantic celebratory wins. But just putting out like the next month's worth of content is a win because, I think most podcasts aren't able to continue them. And that doesn't mean it's a failure if you don't. It just means if you put out that next episode, you should celebrate it. Like, yeah, don't let your internal critic be like, well, it's not that big a deal, or people throw shade on you. Okay, so this is the most powerful technique I'm going to teach you. So I'm going to explain why. But it's scheduling times to quit your podcast, regular quit meetings. And I think you should just do it at once a month. Like I said at the beginning, 1 day a month. And you're going to set aside a meeting. And during that meeting, basically, you're going to decide if you're going to keep making the podcast or you're going to stop. But that list of all of those fears, whether they are realistic or not, I want you to give agency to those internal fears during the meeting and those unrealistic expectations. So that way your like critic or your dreamer or your ego or whatever it is, they all feel like they have a seat at the meeting and you could call on them. And for me, this really worked miracles because I have a very, very strong internal critic and I have a very, very strong daydreamer. And so a lot of my other projects before this podcast didn't make it because either my critic just ground me down or I had these unrealistic expectations that something was going to happen to give me certainty or validity. And that didn't happen. I said, well, why am I working so hard on this? It's just, like I just felt deflated. And giving those parts of you agency just at this meeting just helps calm them down and actually makes them feel valid. But then you also kind of see it. So you say to the critic, okay, like, is there a reason why we should? I'll go through the questions just to ask. But just remember, in between these meetings, you're in control. Like during the meeting, your critic and your dreamer can make all these lists of all the horrible things and everything. They have real agency at these meetings, but between them, they'll have to send you an email or be like, okay, why don't you put a memo for the next meeting? And here's questions you could think about. You could design your own questions, but what do I enjoy about making this podcast? What's really hard about it? Is there anything I'm experiencing that's giving me personal or professional growth about making this podcast, expressing myself? Do you think like you still want to make this podcast for another month? That's kind of how you end the meeting. What do you think we're going to make it for 6 more months? Do you think we're going to make it for a year? And then start to talk to those other extreme parts. Would you say, have any of our worst case scenarios, which of those have come true so far? Okay. Dreamer, what are our disappointments, or ego? What are our disappointments? What could we have done well? Okay. Or what could we have done better? And you don't have to actually like spell everything out in the meeting. I really believe in the subconscious and that your subconscious will do the work. If you take the time to have these meetings and be honest and just have some, give voice to all this stuff, the answers will eventually come to you while you're out walking or taking a shower or stuff. It's just about giving it a safe place, for everything to come up in a business way. Like this is a kind of a strange production meeting, but it is. And again, this is going to be a habit that's going to evolve. Like these meetings will evolve into something more. And the last thing about starting out is being a fan and then starting a conversation. And these are kind of two things when you're first making a show in the first few years, even as your show's just starting to build an audience, you don't really have to worry. I mean, I wouldn't worry about growing the show. I would worry about making the best show I can. And then about what are the things that you are a fan of? Instead of using your social media to promote your show, to use it to promote the things you love, whether it's podcasts, books, movies, art, music. And then on your show, on a regular basis, start conversations with your listeners about that. Instead of kind of, you just want to get in the habit. If you think you're going to slowly try to grow your show into a business, of how are you creatively going to put calls to action if you had a sponsor, like, and they wanted a pre-roll, a mid-roll, and a post-roll. How would you do that? And we'll talk more about it in the next round, but like to think about like, oh yeah, so you want to be deliberate because there's people that listen to your show that are quiet, that might not participate for a long time or at all, but they're listening. And then there's your future listeners. So you want to be consistent about it. And I'll try to give you an example. Let's say you're going to see Hamilton for the 50th time. And you say, geez, hey, everybody, like you just do that on the show. Be like, like, even if your podcast is a piece of audio fiction, look at it kind of like an ad, but as a fun conversation with your listeners to be like, hey, tonight's show, so the pre-roll will be like, hey, welcome to Yarncast. We're talking yarn and things. What my favorite podcast is, Doodle Notes, a podcast about doodling. And before we get to the newest rollerball pens, I wanted to talk about, some people might find it strange when I went and saw Hamilton for the 50th time. Ed Hamilton, not the musical Hamilton. He's a person that does monologues from it. But anyway, so I'll be talking about it in the middle of the show. I'm just wondering, have you ever seen anything 50 times? Probably do it shorter than that. Be like, then move on to, all right, so welcome to Doodle Notes, a podcast about doodling and things interesting to doodlers. In the latest doodle news, we have the great ink, the great ink glut. Then you go on for your mid-roll, like, and you say, hey, so I was talking about that. And I'm going to talk to you about it later in the show. That's what you'd say at the beginning. Hey, I said I was talking about something I saw. Have you gone and seen anything? What's the most times you've seen anything or listened to a thing? Use it as a creative constraint, right? And then at the post roll, be like, don't forget to let me know. Like, I'm going to go, should I see Hamilton 51 times or not? You could get me on Twitter at, thanks everybody. And you're making it, you're just encouraging other people's fandom. Hey, did you listen to the latest episode of 99PI? I'm going to talk about it coming up here. It's a creative constraint, but you want to already start to get your audience used to you. You just want to this is a different form, and it's not a natural form of communication, talking, and then editing it and then releasing it. So you want to get familiar with it and start to creatively, burn some pathways in your mind of how do you have conversations with your audience? What conversations do they respond to? And at the beginning, remember, like, that there'll be people listening to this in the future that'll respond too. So you're not just, you're laying groundwork. You're not just shouting. Sometimes it can feel like you're shouting into the void or speaking into the void, but you're not. And it doesn't really, in this case, it doesn't really matter because there's nothing at stake. I mean, your feelings you could have feelings about it. I mean, I know I did. And still do when stuff falls flat, but you're kind of freely giving your fandom out. And again, I want to set expectations. This isn't cross-promotion. The people you talk about might not ever hear it or might not ever say thank you. This isn't about even building up karma. It's just, it is about finding your voice and connecting with your audience. And being a fan is just a really easy way to do that. Okay, so the other thing, this is just another kind of thing is like another thing to strive for is you want to make a show that people cannot wait to share. Like they feel like they have some kind of inside information. That's like, again, what you're striving to do. Okay, so stage 2, this is this kind of second part, maybe after you've been making your show a few years, is what I would say. I would not move into this phase until... I would wait until you're kind of been making the show for a while, at least a year. You've been having conversations with your audience. You kind of have an idea of what social media they use or where you can conduct those conversations. You'll kind of move into this growth phase, and maybe it just happens organically. But if you're wondering, and I know it's not easy to wait, but I would wait until you're hearing from people. And actually, you'll probably hear from them sharing your show then you'll know, oh, it's time for me to move into my growth phase here. So your goals in this kind of part of this stage of your podcast is to start taking those deep listening skills and applying it to your own podcast. I would keep deep listening to other podcasts too, and then supplement it with after you make your final mix, either before you upload it or depending on your time frame, even after you upload it, listen to your show without multitasking in its completed form. And I'll talk about it. Start conversations with your listeners about your show. So building on talking about fandom. You also want to get to know your show from your listeners' perspective, kind of through those two things. And then you're going to start to empower your audience to share about your podcast. And you want to keep meeting with yourself once a month. For extra credit, keep promoting the stuff you love. You might start messaging people that make podcasts or other art you love. They may never get it back. You just send them a thank you. Or you can send them, hey, how'd you do that? I noticed that you did this, or I really liked it when, or I really appreciate it. And they may or may not get back to you, but it's important anyway. I think, again, and it's you're learning from both sides. From being an audience member and an artist, and then communicating with fellow artists. Also want you to set up a household budgeting app, and there's a bunch of them out there, and you can find what works for you, and start tracking how you spend your money every month. And ideally, you'll get to a point where you're spending less than you earn, even if it's just a little bit, if you're not in that position already. And I realize that's not easy. I mean, I realize that's not easy. But you really want to start looking is there a way I can spend less money than I earn? And that'll put you in a huge position of power. Just because it'll just bring a little stability to things. Okay, so empower your audience to share your show. So you want to just talk to your audience. What do they like about your show? Why would they want to share your podcast? You should know those answers from their perspective, and you'll hear from them. Hey, well, just use that initially as a conversation, but then you're going to move into telling them. Now, sharing podcasts, or other than writing negative reviews, none of this stuff comes naturally to people. And I don't even think that does. So people don't naturally know, one, how to share a podcast. But two, they don't really, it's easy for everybody's internal critic to write off and say, that's not important. So you need to vocalize that and let the audience know they have this immense, immense, immense power, that just sharing your podcast with one person is something you're hugely grateful for and has a gigantic impact on your show. And not only that, it feels good because you've been doing it. You could tell them honestly, oh man, remember when I shared with you about, how many times I saw Hamilton? Now I don't like, you know what I mean? Then I started listening to these Hamilton podcasts. It feels good, and it does good for everybody. It helps the person they tell about discover the show. And then just thank your audience for it. When they share the show, thank them on the air if you can, especially if you have time. And then when you hear from new listeners online, ask them how they discovered the podcast, and then thank the people that they heard about it from. And you want to do this in a deliberate way on your show, just like with being a fan. You want to be your own sponsor. So in order for this to work, I always hear people how do you grow a podcast? Oh, I've tried. You have to try this until it works, basically. So you want to ask in a pre-roll, a mid-roll, and a post-roll. Not long, just a few seconds in the voice and spirit of your show. And you want to understand it. And if people aren't sharing your show, you want to understand why they're not. Or say, well, maybe you could change around. What is it about your messaging? What can you change differently in your deep listening of other podcasts? Or other stuff you shared, really start to get creative. This is a creative challenge in a creative constraint. So if you need to brainstorm and write out 800 things, do it. Okay, so this is the deep listening part. Like, you want to keep listening to other shows weekly without doing anything else. But you also want to listen to your other episodes after you're done. And you can't do anything else when you're doing this. And if this is a really important part of crafting your show. You also don't need to, like, be hypercritical. This isn't a dissection of your show. You want to take notes, but you could doodle, or you could just listen and gather impressions. And again, look at, like, what did you enjoy about that episode? How did it make you feel now? What is doesn't feel comfortable? And try to listen without being just take it in and, flush out your feelings about it or your impressions, and then let your subconscious take care of it. If you do this regularly, this is a muscle you can slowly develop. In a kind of pathway you could form into your mind, and your show will just naturally start to evolve and improve if you're doing this regularly and consistently. Your brain, your conscious and your subconscious will work to be like, well, I didn't notice that. After you do it like 50 times, you say, you know what, I just noticed that I have a tendency to do this, and maybe that's why people aren't sharing it. Or, oh, wow, what if I took the show in this direction? And like I said, after 2 years, you could start to, after you've been like deep listening a show, you could start to be a little bit more harsh, but don't do it early on. It's not going to help. Okay, so you want to keep it going with these quit meetings and ask the same questions. What do I enjoy about making this? What are other people saying they're getting out of the podcast? What's hard? What growth are you getting? Do you still want to keep making the show for another month? Do you want to do a different show? Do you want to still make it for 6 months and then decide? A year? What are we disappointed about? Any of our worst fears happen? What are we doing well? What could we do better? At this stage, you do want to think about, would I still make this show if no one else is going to listen, if it's not going to grow, or that if it never makes money, what would the show look like? You don't have to answer those questions, but just start to be curious and open your mind about them. And then some new questions. You're going to say, okay, are we hearing from listeners or not? And if you're not, that's okay. But if you are, what are they saying? You also want to just be like, go over that time budget. Be like, okay, how much time are we spending working on the podcast? Are we really giving it our full effort? Because this is always a powerful thing for me. It's like, oh no, I'm distracted. It just helps you kind of get under the covers and see what's really going on. Are you overworking? Are you underworking? Is there one part of the podcast you're more stressed about than another part? And then you do want to start to, as you've been doing the show for a while, if you're going to keep going, you do want to start to try to find more time in your life to make the show while still being balanced. So start to look at your life and like anything you're doing that you really don't get joy out of. So Kondo it. Like, ask yourself, what would Marie Kondo do? Would she tell me to stop watching the news? Yes. Does watching the news bring me joy? No. Okay, that's like, okay, I could cut that. What if I cut that out and worked on the show for that much time? Again, you want to have a balanced life, but you also want to make more deliberate time to work on your show. I mean, the reality in the end is like, you could adjust your release schedule to put more time into the episodes, but the more time you can find to work on your show and still maintain self-care, to have it be a full-time business, it kind of has to be a full-time job. Okay, so I know a lot of you, sorry I waited so long for this, but a lot of you are asking, like, what about stats? So I'm not going to get into specific numbers yet, but if you do want to start tracking your stats at any stage, these would be the ones I would suggest tracking. The first one you should be able to get from your hosting provider, and that's your per episode downloads after 48 hours after release. Or you could use another time window, 24 or 72 hours. I like 42 hours myself, but whatever. And you just check about the same time every day. So if your episodes come out at 4 p.m., 2 days later, 4 p.m., check how many downloads did that last episode get. And then start to compare episode to episode. Oh, this one got 150. The next one got 142. Oh, and then that one got 180. Then that one got 176. We just want to start to notice patterns, but also particularly 48 or the 72 hour, whatever that consistent number is that starts to fall, like those numbers that say, oh, okay, your core audience is probably like 140 to 120 then, if you've got between 120 and 170. So you start to get an idea of your core audience size. The next step I want you to pay attention to is like in Podcast Connect on Apple Podcasts, one, you want to look at the consumption of episodes and just see if there was any strange or large drop-offs. And then you just want to know what the average consumption is. So are people listening to most of your podcast? Are they re-listening to parts of it? Or are they listening to less than like 90%? And then kind of see, well, just to start to have it inform your decision making, or at least just be aware of it for now. And then another stat I particularly like, and you can use it to audit your stats, is the unique monthly audience number from PodTrack. And it's free. Their service is IAB 2.0 compliance. And it just gives you a general idea of like if your show's growing overall. And then you could kind of start to think about like, oh, how many people are listening to my podcast with those other two stats compared to just sampling it, coming in and checking in. It'll kind of show like that how well things are growing. You also want to know, because you just want to know if your show's growing and people are listening to it. Okay, so now we're going to move into stage 3, which is where you should really only move into the stage, I'll be honest, like if your show has been growing slowly but consistently. If your show's kind of, I guess I don't know how else to say it, like if your show, it doesn't have to be growing more than a few listeners per episode. But if your show is not growing consistently, I'd say keep talking to your audience and finding out ways to get them to share your show, or say, well, what adjustments can I make to my show that is going to make it? And you could look at like, well, has this show kind of got its full audience? And I think, again, the best answer to those questions is, what are you hearing when you're listening to other podcasts in your show? And what's your audience saying, or what do other people say about your show? And also just remember your personal validity is not, try to separate those two things if you can. I mean, I understand it's not easy. So stage 3, your show's growing. It might be very slowly. That was the case for my show, but consistently. So, well, okay, we have like those 48-hour downloads. It's like, oh, okay. Yeah, we're getting like regularly 200 more listens each month. It doesn't always. These are things that are easier to see over time, like after 2 or 3 years. And you want to start to run some tests now to see if you're like to get a little bit more specific about what kind of action your audience takes. You also want to practice a lot of self-care in this stage. Have people in your life that you could talk to and use your support system. Because this is really when things, they're always tough, but this for me was like the toughest stage. And then after you run those tests, you want to start to have a conversation with your audience. You want to keep meeting once a month. And for extra credit, you want to start to create a time budget. So you should know kind of generally how much time you're spending on your show. And you want to do that in a budget. Like, okay, so pre-production writing, I spend this much time writing, this much time doing this much time on social media, this much time recording, this much time editing, this much time mixing and releasing. And then also a comparative, like, if in a perfect world, how much time would you spend on each of those things? You also want to find an accountant, ideally someone locally, and I would meet with like 4 or 5 local accountants before you choose one. It's kind of like choosing a therapist. You just want to go and meet as many as you can and tell them about, what's happening, because their advice is really going to be invaluable as you start planning this out as a business. And along those same lines, you really want to, now that you kind of have an idea of your monthly budget, you want to get an idea of like how much would 6 months of living expenses be? Like, what's that number? Now that you know your budget, you know your paycheck, like how much is your bill, your bills, your food, all of your bills, your living expenses every month? Okay, so you want to run some tests now to kind of see how your audience acts. I guess test is probably the wrong word. Experiments is probably better. And I know this can feel scary, but you've kind of been doing this already, just, being a fan, asking your audience to share the show. And try to, again, remember that your value as a person and as an artist and even the value of your listeners in your show is not at stake here. It might feel that way. And I know it does, it still does for me sometimes, but these are just tests and experiments you're trying out. And the first thing to do is run a listener survey, and you can either use, like PodTrack has one, you could use one, you want to run a listener survey, and you can kind of Google, I'll try to maybe have some that in the resources, but you want to do it in a very specific way, as like a 30-day advertising campaign. And you want to ask on every episode that's released during that month and on social media a few times. And so then 30 days after you do that, so after 60 days, let's say you started at January 1st and you asked on every episode in January. On March 1st, you'd look at like, okay, how many survey responses do we have? And just write that down and then say, okay, how many downloads on average did those 4 episodes get? Over those 60 or 45 days. And then after you do that one, you want to do one. Now, this is one I haven't successfully done, so I'm a hypocrite here, but it's to start a mailing list. You think this is another really good way you could just gather data and start a mailing list. And you don't even have to have have a newsletter, because you could use it for like when you have a newsletter in the future. But you want to do this as a little bit longer campaign. So either like a 60 or 90-day campaign, and you want to keep changing up the message like every 2 or 3 weeks. So you think about like 2 or 3 ways of presenting this, why people would want to join your mailing list thing, and talk to them about it. And then 30 days after that, kind of track your results. How many people signed up for the mailing list? How many downloads? And if people are doing that, like if you had a conversion, you should have a conversion rate between those two things. Be like, well, if your episodes were getting 20,000 downloads per on average, and you got 2,000 survey responses, that's 10% conversion rate. And if you got like 200 email signups, you say, okay, well, that's a 1% conversion rate. Okay, that's what we're dealing with. Okay. Actually, and like 10% is really not a great example. And then, so even if you get 1% or something, you must start talking to your listeners. Again, a conversation now on the show and on social media. Like, what do they want more of? Like, what do they like about your podcast? Remember, what do they talk about on their own? What are questions they ask you about? Would they be more interested in like a membership like Patreon, merch, live shows? Like, what gets them the most excited? What products have they bought off of other podcasts? Depending on the focus of your show, what grants are out there? Do your listeners know anything about grants? And, thinking about your Patreon, I want you to think about like, geez, what rewards could you offer in the current situation you're in while still working on your show? Like what rewards? And then, if you have more time, what cooler rewards would you offer? And then you're still having your monthly production meetings. You can kind of check in and sometimes like if your conversion rates aren't going great, you could ask, geez, is it the way I'm asking? Do the listeners really want to share? I think I have to change this around though. That's why I'm running through this one. Are you striving? Is the style of the show limiting the growth? What's unique about my show? What's universal about my show? Then you want to start deep listening to your show and getting feedback. So if you find a small group of other podcasters, like one or two, three other people, like make a writing group kind of where you're sharing episodes and maybe not giving deep notes, but just saying, hey, what'd you think of that episode or their feedback? I mean, that can be really tough to do and to find the right people for. But if you can strive for that, that's great. You could also test out having your listeners, maybe it's the people on your mailing list. Maybe if you have a Patreon, it's your patrons, of giving them early listens and then kind of seeing, they don't have to give you feedback. Again, this is all like a long-term thing of like, but then maybe you'll start to hear back like, oh, other opinions about the shows. And ideally, you'll start to hear that about those before the episodes come out. So it'd be like, oh, well, maybe I will change that around. But you're just looking to get more external feedback. But if you can get feedback from people that don't listen to your show, sometimes that can be really helpful, and sometimes it might not be because people might not. Right? But then it's like, oh, that might be a new listener's experience. And then it's time to kind of think about starting the business side of your show. Like when you talk to your audience, what were they most excited about? Was it Patreon merch? Should you try a local live show? And this is going to take some extra time. So you do want to start researching Patreon, the merch, a local show, and see what other people are doing. Like sign up for other podcasters' Patreons, read everything, all of the resources Patreon has. Look at what people talk about with their merch, or what podcasters' merch do you like? And start to get your audience excited too. Talk to your audience about it. Well, I was thinking about doing shirts. What would you prefer? And you definitely want to write out all your fears and expectations about all this stuff and set some goals. Okay, so I want to talk a little bit about setting goals and financial expectations. So when you ran those tests, you should have like your conversion rates from those tests. And it could be anywhere from less than 1%, which is what my show usually has, to more than 1%. And then you want to get, with your stats, you really want to start to dial in your episode downloads after 45 days. And that's going to be our general marker for conversion rates. That's what sponsors usually use, and it just helps you. It just is like a good language. So let's say you get 2,000 downloads after 45 days. You want to set your goals based on like 0.25%, 0.5%, and then maybe 1% and 2% conversion rates. So it means like if 2,000 people listen to your episode, that 5 people will support you on Patreon or buy us shirts. Or 10%, 10 people at 0.5% or 1%. And use Patreon's kind of research about how much people are pledging, because it's changed since I started, like like what the average pledge is and all that kind of stuff. I do know, and I feel like this holds true, is like when you start your Patreon, like about 0.25% or 0.5% of that per regular listener number will support your show no matter what, because they really value the podcast without worrying about any rewards. And then probably another 0.5% if you continually ask over like months and months and months, like a continued communication, they'll support the show value for value. So you could probably get up to like 1% of your regular listeners supporting the show. But to get beyond 1%, you really have to kind of integrate Patreon, the idea of this membership model that Patreon has, and kind of start to grow, like use that as your long-term vision. Oh, like to move beyond 1% of your audience supporting the show. And that's kind of really still where I am, is like, how do I get more people, other than those people that really, really really want to be involved and support the show? How do we get more people to support the show without taking too much time away from making the main show? Another thing I know everybody's asking is, like, what about sponsorships? And this is what I've learned is, and I kind of like learned it the hard way, I guess, because of my own mistakes. I would just wait until sponsors reach out to you. And even when they reach out to you, be like, oh, okay, like talk to them, find out more. It's either going to be sponsors, like buyers reaching out to you, or a sales agency, or a buyer. Usually the sponsors don't reach out to you directly. But, find out, geez, what are the terms? What are the expectations? Say, okay, let me think about it. Or, can we connect in a few months? Now, one of the reasons is like, one is, I guess for me, it's like you should sponsor your own show first. You want to keep your show growing until it's kind of naturally, organically growing on its own. And then if you're doing merch or Patreon, like you really want to focus on getting to that 1% number for your Patreon before you move into anything else, in my opinion. But there is expectation. That's why you wait. Like if you haven't even started a Patreon and sponsors are reaching out to you and then the terms look good, and you start running show, like this does happen. And some shows are just really good with sponsorship, and then you start running sponsorships and you're getting paid. That's great. Like, then move to other stuff. But I find that's just very kind of, that doesn't happen a lot. Okay. So now say, why do people say like 50,000 downloads an episode? That's usually the number where people say, okay, you could start to actually maybe support yourself at 50,000 downloads an episode. One is like, first of all, it's like 50,000 downloads per episode. The sponsors will only pay you most of the time for USA downloads. So that's like, if you're getting 50,000 downloads an episode, you're probably getting 30,000 in the US. Then there's also the sell-through rate for most, like I said, for some shows, you're going to be incredibly successful at sponsorships. But for most shows, the sell-through rate is not great. And the sell-through rate means like, let's say you do get 30,000 US downloads per episode on a weekly show. So that means that over the year, if you release 50 episodes, you're putting out like 1.5 million downloads a year on your new episodes. The sell-through rate is usually somewhere like around 50%. So if you had like 1.5 million ad spots available over the year, normally you're only going to be able to sell like a half of those. And then your net CPM, like normally you'll have someone selling the show for you because it's very time consuming and it takes like some specialized, it's just easier to work with someone, and they definitely earn their money. So you might hear these CPM numbers thrown around, but in the end, you're not netting as much as people on the internet talk about, I think. So you think so let me just move into like the last stage, which is going from full-time to part-time. You definitely want to know, have worked with your taxes and your accountant to be like, okay, if you've already started bringing in money, are you saving money and prepaying your taxes and your retirement? And just working with an accountant with that. But it usually works out to like 50-50. I mean, anybody that's freelance knows like, okay, if you're getting paid $30 an hour freelance, you're really only able to take 15 of those dollars for yourself. The rest of that money is usually going to taxes, and ideally anything left over from that 50% you could put towards retirement. That's how I do it. It's like, oh, if I have that much money coming in, then I could pay myself half of that. So just figuring out that way. I actually just pay myself as a freelancer. So I say, oh, okay, I could pay you this much an hour. And then my other part of me is like, okay, so I get half that money for every hour I work. Okay, that makes sense. You also want to find a lawyer at this point, ideally someone that works in podcasting to help you with any contracts. You don't have to pay a lawyer retention fee or anything. You just pay them for the time of theirs you use. And then you want to look at, can you go from to full time to 3/4 time at your job or half time and keep your benefits? You want to know, do you have an emergency fund? Is it 6 months or 12 months? Can you cover your health insurance? How much is your health insurance going to cost? What about your retirement? You want to have your time budget and your monthly budget for your podcast. Okay, how much is my hosting? How much am I paying any freelancers? You want to keep meeting once a month, keep those regular habits up and deep listening. And then before signing any contracts or spending any money in podcasting, other than on equipment and hosting, do your due diligence. So if you're going to join up with something, just be like, hey, could talk to some of your clients first. I just want to, see how they're, satisfied. And then also ROI, like what is the return on investment? If someone's asking you for money for something, most legitimate podcast businesses at this point that involve money, it's a revenue split. So they're not asking you for upfront money. So if someone's asking you for upfront money for something, whether it's a service or something, be like, well, what's the return on my investment? Is this money I'm going to get back, or what service are you providing? Is this going to save me time? Another thing to think about is like, how much do you love making this? Can you find another day job that's less stressful, that has part-time benefits? So I think that's it for now. I think was just a draft of this thing. So I don't know if this will be a patron release or a public release, but I hope you enjoyed it, and good night. All right, everybody, it's Scoots here, and this is going to be a different style episode. I thought that someone reached out to me because they must have heard we were working on this time capsule, which I'm working on right now. But when you hear this in the future, it'll be something we've already done. But time capsules are a pretty cool and interesting thing to me. And so this person reached out and they said, hey, I'd like to come on the show. I hear you're talking about time capsules and thinking about them. And I said, well, hold on. You want to come on the podcast? And they said, yeah, I'd like to be on the podcast. I said, well, Sleep With Me, we don't have, I said, are you a real person or, a person? Where are you speaking to me from? Because we don't have, I said, not to diffuse you, but I said, I don't know if I could put you in a diffuser, but, we don't have typically real guests in quotes, on the show. And they just said, Hardy, and they said, I'm calling, I said, oh, okay. Well, then you probably can come on the show. And so I said, this will be fun, because they told me the idea. And I said, well, that's a pretty good idea. It really interests me, and I'm excited about it. So without further ado, it's going to be really sleepy and stuff. So I'm going to turn it over to our guest to take it from here. Hello, everyone. My name is Betty Veronica, and I'm here to thank you, Scooter, for having me on the show. Don't worry about the spelling of my name, because it's just going to be me. So Scooter won't be saying Betty how do I say that? Betty Veronica, or anything. So I'm here, and I don't want to. I do want to say, what am I going to talk about? Who am I? And those kind of things are usually what you cover at the top, right? Well, I can assure you this will be lulling and soothing. I consider myself the world's foremost amateur authority or hobbyist authority on the anthropology and archaeology of time capsules of ideas. But I'm also in character. I do this in character. In a character, I play myself, but I try to put myself in the position of someone opening a time capsule in the future, a time capsule of ideas only. And we have a limitless well of, not limitless, but a pretty unlimited well of ideas here to choose from. So in order to choose the ideas, we'll be using a random number generator, just in case you're following along at home. But you don't need to. You could trust me. I'm going to take you on a little journey here. As someone in the future, I guess I'll be more talking. It's a bit of a thought experiment, I guess you'd say. What would, if someone in the future, we'll say 50 years, we'll say 100 years, or we'll just say imaginary date in the future, they discovered a time capsule of ideas and they just started pulling things out. How would they process them? So I guess, yes. So our first idea here is the idea of brothers. I already lost my place. 702. That was the random number we got, the first one. And they're looking at this concept of brothers, and maybe it has a little bit larger definition in the future. Maybe siblinghood has been redefined beyond the binary, as it probably should be. So could we live in an era where that's like, but you say, well, there's still, then they'd be looking, maybe they say, well, this is from the past. Maybe the term still has meaning. Now, maybe this is a specific time capsule to Scooter, which would mean it would carry more meaning towards his siblings, Carl, Ted, Ken, and Dan. So I could say that. The other thing I was thinking of is it could have anything to do with Emmett Otter's. Like, where will in 50 or 100 years Emmett Otter's Jug Band Christmas be? Will they, was there a song in that movie, Brothers? I think there was. It was the song that the two friends sang, maybe, and then the mom sang. Will they still know what the tale of the Magi is? Are those two things related? You know, isn't that tale archetypal anyway? Will people not know what Tale of the Magi is, and they'll know what Emmett Otter's Jug Band Christmas is? Will they still? I don't know. And then but it leads to the question, what will puppets be like in the future? Marionettes even. So just a couple of questions to think about with that term as they uncover that and they say, oh, wow, interesting. Their next random number is 445. And I see the term Les Mis, Lamiz. And that would be confusing if that was the only idea they uncovered. Would they know that that is shorthand or once was shorthand for Les Miserables, or I don't know how to say it even. What would they know? Would they think of Cosette or Jean Valjean? Why would they say, well, why didn't they, Les Mis, why did that need to be shortened? Maybe they would know when peak Les Miserables, that was. Maybe they're listening to the Broadway 2120 revival. And will they will there be a point where musicals like that are restaged and rebooted in ways like Shakespeare? Or has probably that already happened? I'm just not aware of it, where they have a version of Les Mis. I guess you'd say, well, if it was Les Mis, would you cross it with The Wiz, which is already a crossover, or not a crossover, but a reimagining of that movie with Dorothy, which is Rainbow in Golden Roads or something. I can't remember what it's called. Somewhere Over the Rainbow. No, it's called The Wizard of Oz. But they would probably think through it like that. Maybe they wouldn't know, and they'd say, well, it's Les Mis. I think that was, remember, people back then used to wear perfumes and colognes, and maybe they have the date wrong in the time capsule, so they think it's 1980s, and they'd say, yeah, that was from the makers of Dracar Noir, Les Mis, is sent for everybody who wants to say Les Mis. It sounds French. It sounds like it is the scent for you, Les Mis. When Dracar Noir is not your scent, but you still want to support our fragrance company, Les Mis. I think those are some roads they would go down. I don't know what, is the Les stand for Les Miserables? So I don't know. I do like saying Jean Valjean, though. And it's Cosette, right, and not Coquette. I think Scooter made that mistake at one point in his life. When I first talked to Scooter about the idea, he was distracted by trailers for Frozen 2. And he said to me, I may have met... Scooter used to say, I may have met Kristen Anderson Lopez, but I'm not sure. At a performance of Les Mis, I've tried to trace it back, and I can't be sure if she ever played the innkeeper's wife in a performance in the 90s of Les Mis. And if that's the same person, then that's like maybe the most famous person I ever met. And also it'd be pretty cool to have met her, but can't be sure. So I guess those are some thoughts about Les Mis, some from the future, some from the past. So we generate another number, another 700 number. 718 is the next random number. As we reach in here and we pull out moving cloudy change. Oh boy. Would that be not easy to process at any time in history if you're pulling it out of a time capsule full of ideas? Moving cloudy change. So you'd say, okay, moving cloudy change. Maybe they would say, is that some sort of poem? And they'd say, well, it's poetic, but I wouldn't say it's a poem. They'd say, is it a book title from that dude that wrote all those book titles but never wrote a book? And they'd say, possibly. Moving cloudy change. Is moving always change would be another question that would come up. Is it spare change? But is it cloud? Are you being moved to change? They'd say, well, I'm feeling something when I read this, because out of context, it really reminds me of feelings. And maybe these two people that discovered this would sit down and hold hands, or just sit side by side, pondering the words moving, cloudy, change, and what it means to each of them. They might think of life in the future. Who knows what it could be, just like now with just, more screen. Who knows? It could be, maybe it's more relaxed. Maybe there's more time to sit and think about stuff. Is it daytime? Are they outside? I guess I'm picturing them outside processing this, as I guess when I told you I'd be in character, I guess I didn't realize it would be in a third person, omniscient, nearly not omniscient character watching them. We're curious about all the people that could be opening and looking at this. Now, maybe if they said, well, let's put this in a museum for people to come and look at, but we really can only display, would that be the name of the exposition? Moving cloudy change. I don't know. Those are some of the ideas that strike me about that. Wow, the next random number is 130. So really getting some range finally from these random number generators. And oh boy, is this another one that is going to be, I would like to be I'd like to be something observing in the future when they uncover this one. Cayenne or Cyan, CGA in the X Factor. And Cayenne or Cyan, I know there's two pronunciations, at least that Scooters taught me, of that word. So I guess they would break it up. They'd say, okay, like, which, they say X Factor, isn't that a term? And they say, oh no, it's also a reality television show. Back when people used to, it was like based on that Schadenfreude, a kind of, that people would like to watch people be judged for their talent. And they said, well, I thought it was more about the thrill of undiscovered talent being discovered. And they'd say, well, I thought it was like the feeling of like, it's visceral. You know, some people had ups and some people had downs, and it made them, at that time, it made people feel more alive. They didn't even realize it at the time. But it was a visceral thrill, and also the anticipation, maybe something infantile about it too, you know, about wanting that, some people take that roller coaster going on the downhill, but that was okay too. They just didn't they didn't have, whatever, the Big Lebowski or whoever rules now to tell us to just take it chill. So they say, okay, well, but it was also like a randomness. I guess that kind of sums up the idea of the show. Who's got the X Factor? Yeah, now I guess it's just a term we don't use because, we realize the letter X, now that we've started to communicate in different ways, mostly by dance and fluid motion. We don't really, that we use words so much less, except for now when we're being analyzed for how we'd look at a time capsule. Okay, so that's the X Factor. What about now Cayenne or Cyan and CGA? Those are interrelated. According to my research, one gives us a clue about the meaning of other. So I guess I'm not sure how they're related to the X Factor in this conceptual practice we're actually participating in right now. CGA was once a way of displaying data on a screen or graphics, particularly on PC and PC clones. It was there was different graphics cards. And one of the graphics cards very early on was called CGA, Color Graphics Adapter, I think is what it stood for. And eventually there would be EGA, Enhanced Graphics Adapter, I believe, and then VGA, which I don't know what the V stood for, Graphics Adapter. And I think after that they stopped using those terms, maybe. Maybe they had ZGA, I don't know. But CGA, I believe, was only capable of displaying four colors, CGA, cayenne. Maybe it just stood for that. Cayenne, no. It was like a light blue, a light purple, maybe only white, and then the absence of color, I guess, in this case, because the monitors, I think, or it could switch over and it could display, I believe, shades of green. I don't know if it could even do shades now that I'm thinking about it. Based on our, that class we took in fourth grade, History of Graphics Adapters. That was one of my favorite classes as a child. But the other one could be green and yellow, maybe white, I guess. So that, and I guess, yes, so that was one kind. And then EGA, I think, had 16 colors, and then VGA had 256 colors, maybe. But then when you get into those more colors, you could, do more with them. I do know that Scooter had a CGA card, and then eventually they had a VGA card. but I don't think their PC cologne could handle it. But then the era of buying, there was a time where you just stopped buying PC colognes and then you got, used ones. And then Scooter was out on his own. So I think that's what it's probably referring to, because one of the colors was cayenne. RGB was a monitor, red, green, blue. Red, green, and blue, right? And CGA, cayenne, I don't know where that comes from. CGA, cayenne, green, and amber. That's not it. I think it's color graphics adapter. But you would need a RGB monitor to display this kind of stuff. I think, this was back before we had total vision, which now we don't need to think about any of this stuff. Okay, well, that was an interesting one to analyze. Let's see. Oh, wow, this one is 31, right in our wheelhouse here. Not that far back. Oh, boy, this one is called Vice Heaven. And I think in the future they would say, they would also have to contextualize it with what they've already uncovered, I think. So they'd say Vice Heaven. And they'd say, okay, well, that's interesting. Vice Heaven, Vice Heaven, remember when they had those belief systems? There was the good place and the bad place, and heaven was the good place, No, is that like Big Farm in the Sky? No, different concept. Like, this was more of a all or nothing style thinking. Okay, okay, that makes sense. And what about vice? Tell me what vice means back then. Well, vice back then, it meant kind of a couple different things, and I think I'm going to take a shot at this one. Vice was something that wasn't necessarily good for you or indulgent, maybe detrimental to you or someone else, kind of like they used to drink these sugar drinks. That was a vice. Or there was other ones, but that was the main one, we look back at and wonder about. They say, why, that's interesting. Why we can just dance and we feel good. Yeah, this made them, it was a different time back then. So, but I think these are two words, they're both capitalized, Vice Heaven. Now, to me, that means it's a title. Have all the words been capitalized? Maybe, I don't know, I wasn't paying attention to that, but, so to me, Vice Heaven, and I'm thinking about it in the timeline of what we're uncovering. Was it probably a name of what they would call a TV show? Because this seems to be, that other last one. Now, back then you couldn't watch TV on your computer, but so you wouldn't be watching TV with a CGA card. But it just says to me like a show. Well, what do you think the TV show would be about? Well, that's a good question. I mean, I think it would probably be about, so Vice sometimes was a team of investigators rooting out Vice. Because if it was detrimental to other people, they'd say, well, we can't do this. It's detrimental to other people for your own enjoyment. Well, could you give me an example of that? Well, remember, remember when they discovered that sidewalk chalk was that it did change the sidewalks and that clumsy people like Scooter could take a trip on that. Yeah, so they discovered that, that even though many people poo-pooed the idea that drawing on chalk, with chalk on sidewalks, no one believed it for 30 or 40 years that... until Scooter, proved it. Scooter versus Sidewalk Chalk Incorporated, that it changed the texture and it raised up by billions of inches for people like him to trip over. For a long time, it was considered a pleasurable thing, mostly for children or artists, to draw with chalk on the sidewalk. But once they discovered that, it became a choice. Well, this isn't good for clumsy people. And so for most people, they stopped. But for some people, it was a vice. And they said, well, I don't care. I'm going to draw on sidewalks. It brings me pleasure. And so a vice team would go and investigate that. They'd say, and this sounds like something that would happen in heaven. And so probably that was like a plot of an episode of the TV show. Was a team, maybe it was a pair of detectives, I don't know. And they said, we got a case. They said, oh, tell me about this case. Well, it's sad. Look at these pictures. Oh, they're beautiful. Is that the Pietà? No, that's the chapel of Michael, the thing, the ceiling with the... Oh, wow. Whoa, is that really a well? It looks like it's 3D. No, it's just a painting, a drawing. Wow, these are really impressive pictures. Well, I got bad news for you. They're sidewalk or chalk art. You're kidding me. My heart is breaking when you're telling me that. Yeah, and it's our job to track down whoever did this. Whomever did it? Maybe. And bring them to justice because it's been calculated that 1 out of every 1,000,000 people that walk over these could trip. And that's just not right. That's right. It's another case of vice heaven. So I think that's probably what it was. Okay, that's interesting. It makes total sense to me. I mean, probably not a show I would watch. But it sounds like it could have been a show back then. Okay, 473 is our next number. Okay, you know what? I know I was right on that last one because this one is Laurel and Hardy's March of the Wooden Soldiers. Holy cow, that's interesting. What does that even mean? I don't Laurel and Hardy's means it's a possessive. And then March of the Wooden Soldiers. Soldiers were made of wood at some point in history. In the last 100 years, I didn't learn about that in school. No. This was a movie, a film. So this is interesting. So I guess that lines up with my last guess, because this was just simply a movie. Laurel and Hardy were a comedy team. I guess this is the most easiest one we had. It makes me feel like we shouldn't, we should probe it more. But Laurel and Hardy made a movie called March of the Wooden Soldiers, also known as Babes in Toyland. I don't know much about the history when the first version of the movie was made, but it was remade many times. Oh, could you, I'm not familiar with either Laurel and Hardy or the film. Could you tell me more about that in case you're right? Okay, Laurel and Hardy were a comedy team, and I think they were in vaudevillian, but I'm not 100% sure because I don't have all my access to all of my fluid data right now. But they were just a comedy team. They made movies, they made shorts. I think they probably performed in person, and they kind of had a thing where one of them was actually had a lot of vices, not obvious vices, mostly being grouchy and knowing everything and being selfish, I think. And the other one was more of like in the moment, had a little childlike naivete, as they say in former France. And was pretty nice, and usually had, like the accidental genius kind of thing. It doesn't sound funny at all. Why would they spend time together? Well, I think, that maybe they were friends, opposites. They said, and I think that they just intersected in a way that they could usually resolve whatever the challenge was in the movie just by being themselves. Oh, it's also inspiring because they would be eventually overcome their selfishness and maybe obliviousness, or I don't know, to solve and normally help people in some way, or give comeuppance to some sort of authority figure. Oh, interesting. And so what was the March of the Wooden Soldiers part in Babes in Toyland? So they lived in this particular film. It was a holiday-esque film because it happened in the world of Toyland, which was an isolationist kingdom, I believe, populated by characters from Mother Goose's like nursery rhymes that also produced some of the toys for Santa Claus. Don't you mean Roberta Claus? No, this was before Roberta Claus existed. Predates Roberta Claus. I didn't even know that was a thing. Yeah, it was. And so so that was the kingdom they lived in. And basically what happened was that there was someone there. I don't know. It was confusing, but I think someone tried to take over the town, and then they stopped them, more or less, as a short version. Because I don't want to totally spoil it for you, you know. Okay, well, that's interesting. What's our next number? Actually, it's just 419. Okay, so what is 419? It's the known mower. The known mower. The gnome mower or the known mower? The known mower. Known. Okay, the known mower. That is, so this must be, could I take a shot at it? Because you've had them all so far. Yeah, you can. Go ahead. Okay, the known mower definitely sounds like something from an ancient, a belief system. Okay, I'm hearing you. Tell me more. The known mower. So it means something, so it sounds like it's connected to the earth, but maybe not exactly a wholesome, maybe about control of the earth. So maybe some sort of belief system, maybe like that belief system that was popular for 30 years in the middle there. Where, oh, you mean where it was more gray belief? Yeah, I remember that. I don't remember. Tell me more about what you're thinking. Yeah, and I think that would make sense that they praised someone called the known mower. Like, if you're not painting in all or nothings, it's someone that's mowed or believes that you should have green grass everywhere. They're a known quantity. So it's like they're not an other, they're known. But they aren't exactly so they're not doing good or bad, but they could do better. You say, well, have you heard about drought tolerant plants? What are your thoughts about gravel? Like the known mower, you could have a conversation at night, and you could say, "Oh, known mower, I know that my consumption patterns, are like yours, not perfect, and you really help me accept my humanity and the fact that I have impact no matter what I do." Please, maybe the known mower actually was a reform god. Okay, so the known mower maybe stopped mowing and then learned about drought-tolerant plants and those kind of things. Or, yeah, depending on the region, right? Because not every region has drought-tolerant plants. Right, they might have said, well, where would, do I really, I know I, think about having grass and lying in it and, my neighbor's saying, hey, sharp-looking grass there. You just mowed it. But yeah, does that really? I would love to get out. I might start taking a few prayers to the known mower. I really thank you for introducing me to this god, a goddess, a demigod. Yeah, I mean, I think really it helps me love my humanity in all its flavors. Yeah, that's why we have the goddess of flavor. I mean, I guess maybe it's very similar to that. Yeah, I just like the idea that the known mower, wow, really captures, it really showed how we made it here. The decline of the sense of other and the realization of acceptance of impact and then moving towards change. That's a powerful thing. Yeah, wow, interesting. I guess I guess that's why they put it in there. Okay, what's our next number? 627 it is. Okay, this one is Mellorama. One word, Mellorama. I guess we're getting a lot of Mellorama. Mellorama. I'm stumped at Mellorama. So I guess we could try to break it into, things. Mellow was like, from my experience, was like a phrase. It could mean mild, but it was also like an enhancing phrase. So you'd say, well, that's like a descriptive phrase. And also had like, it could be used in not a slang way, but as a description of your feelings. If your feelings were mild, but in a chill, like, remember that word chillax they taught us in our master's class? Oh yeah, love that. A history of chillaxing, from something to cheating. I remember all the stuff about the good play. Yeah, oh yeah, that was so interesting. But this, so mellow is a little bit like chilling, but you could also say, oh, that flavor's mellow. We still use that word. We just have that way you move your elbow to describe it. Oh, yeah, but it says more than just mellow to me. Right. But, so that's mellow. Mellorama. Now, Rama is another interesting word. Now, Rama usually would be used in a sense of like it was a commercialized word. I don't know if this is a portmanteau. Maybe we should send out some spiritual messages to the great illusionist to find out more if that is a portmanteau. I don't think Rama was ever an actual word. But Rama was kind of usually be used in a commercialized way. So to mean a collection or an experience or a festival, but not just meaning that. So I think the first places that had it were roller skating rinks were always ended in Rama. Like skate-o-rama. Sometimes they would add the word O to it. So mellow-rama is an actual accidental pun using that convention, which is even more interesting. So what does roller skating have to do with it? Well, there was a time when a couple different periods where roller skating inside in rinks in circles to music, it was really fun. I'm surprised it hasn't come back. Maybe, do you want to start we could call it Mellorama. Wait a second. We could go into business together. You're right. A relaxation, a place to chillax and a place to skate. Mellorama. That must have been what it was, because they did have, a lot of people were searching for relaxation. I don't know how those two things align. I guess it's relaxing after you skate. So maybe you would go roller skating. You do the hokey pokey, you turn yourself around and have all that fun. And then, have a relaxation time. So I guess that makes sense. Okay, so I guess that would be what Mellorama was. And what it will be if we do it together. I love that idea. Okay, what's our next number? Our next number is 299. Okay, this one is another one that's going to take some probing. It's Creole MacGyver. Okay, Creole MacGyver. That sounds interesting to me, but easy too. Because I know we had just recently talked about MacGyver. Yeah, so MacGyver was a TV show, rebooted a couple ways. So I guess, this is, another straightforward one. Now, this kind of seems a little distasteful to me that they would do a Creole MacGyver. So maybe it was something more open-minded than that. Or maybe it was a juxtaposition or something that we're not understanding. But that would make sense unless it was some sort of food dish that we're not aware of. That may make more sense. What about if it was what if it was a Creole restaurant? What do you think about that? Because you were getting the title sense, and I was getting the MacGyver sense because it is the word MacGyver. Oh, so you're saying Creole MacGyver, a restaurant, a Creole restaurant. Well, okay, so I was recently, I'm working on my PhD on some stuff, and I've been watching this TV show called Top Chef. You were telling me about it the other day. And so a lot of those, there was an era during those programs where people were they were called molecular gastronomists or something. Wiley Dufresne, I think, and, now I'm forgetting some of the other names. What was his name? The one that was on the show, not Richard Hatch. He was on Survivor. That's what I did my second master's in. But Richard Blaze, that was his name. And some other people, they were moleculars. So they would take foods. So I could see that being a restaurant where it's like the food's MacGyvered. And so, like the theme isn't MacGyver, the TV show, but it's the essence of a MacGyver. Okay, I think you're correct. Well, thank you. That's interesting. But I would like to eat there, Creole MacGyver. I mean, I would like to eat there under only a certain. I'll be honest with you, because I say, well, he'd say, well, if it was run by Richard Dean Anderson, that would be interesting. But if it was, someone with a legitimate Creole connection and in my opinion, I would only eat there if there was you know what I'm saying? I totally hear you. I have no objection to that at all. Okay, what's our next one? Is 457's the next number we have to probe on. Okay, so what is it? Sylvan Beach Stroll. Okay. What are your impressions of it? Well, my first impression is Brighton Beach Memoirs, just because that just popped in my head when I saw Sylvan Beach Stroll. But I don't know if that's a thing. Sylvan Beach Stroll. Oh, you know what I'm thinking it might be? What? A dance. Like, doesn't that sound like some sort of dance? I mean, it could be a descriptor of it could be like a 5K. Oh, yeah, those were popular. A 5K that you could walk or some sort of fundraising thing. Or, yeah, one of those community, like a festival, the Sylvan Beach Stroll. Oh, yeah, but when you say it like that, the Sylvan Beach Stroll, it does sound like a dance. And it has that just rhythm to the words, the Sylvan Beach Stroll. Yeah, and it would have to capture that essence of a boardwalk, seaside amusements or lakeside amusements, the nostalgia of dancing. I mean, that makes sense. I mean, maybe we could, do you think we could do, maybe I'll work on that as, I could see if I could get a grant, or maybe I'll just do it for fun and I could investigate the Sylvan Beach Stroll and we could bring it back. I mean, with, dancing's just so much more important now. I'm surprised we haven't heard of this dance. Yeah, and if it's not, if we're wrong, we could just invent that dance. Wow, it's almost like we're on the X Factor now. Oh, you're so funny. Okay, what's the next number? The next number, I don't know about this random number generator, 499. Okay, well, don't question its randomness, just accept it. 499 is Mosaic Memories. 499 Mosaic Memories. Okay, well, that's interesting. Mosaic Memories is, That sounds like a store. Well, I don't know what else it could be other than a place to go to buy memories done in mosaics. I'd say it could be that. It could be a retrospective of a mosaic artist, or it could be the title of a work in mosaic, or a themed exhibition of a mosaic, Oh, yeah. What about a book by one of the great I have no background in mosaics, so I don't know who the great mosaic artists are. But a background, it could be their autobiography or a biography or a historical look at mosaic art, mosaic memories. It would be interesting, because they're broken pieces, but it could have a subtitle. Oh, it could be a book, just a book title made up by the guy that makes up book titles and doesn't write books, too. Oh, you're right. That is interesting. But mosaic memories, I feel like that could be one of those things. You know what else could be is a descriptor. Like maybe it was a slang term for when your thoughts are a little bit scrambled. Oh, wow. Like I have mosaic memories, man. Can't remember, can't quite make, Oh, yeah. I guess that makes sense. And that's really the truth. Maybe it's, maybe it was a book like that or some sort of research, mosaic memories. What a beautiful way to describe it. Maybe it was an empowered descriptor. Yeah, just another case of mosaic memories. They would say, oh, yeah, I like that. I accept that as the answer. Okay, we're almost to the bottom of this time capsule of ideas, and yet another 400 number comes up. 438, okay. 438 is dormant doormat. Oh, wow. This one, we already know what it is. Yeah, this was one of the great... wow, this is interesting that it's in here, because this is one of the foundational children books of... not everyone's belief system, but what we're trying, an open-ended belief system that everyone's trying to work into their own belief systems. The best-selling children's book, I believe, of all time until, whatever that last one was, that was inherently snackable. That's oh, yeah. That's a children's book. I know kids today in 2820 or whatever year it is. But yeah, the dormant doormat. Remember reading that book? Oh, do I? It really helped to, let me know that sometimes it's okay to feel like a dormant doormat. But then, that it really taught me the steps to soft power and empowerment in accepting other people's setting boundaries. Wow, that's really what you got out of it. Holy cow, that's it. That's great. Why did you get something different out of it? I took it as, this is not to take away from what you said, is the power of dormancy, of patience, of, the whole idea of Ignatius kind of played into it. I guess that's just from what I've studied. Oh, of discernment. Yeah, you're right. But I agree with you also of boundaries, of acceptance of self, and that also accepting that sometimes it just feels that way. That's sometimes everybody feels like a doormat. It was before that book, it probably would have been the saddest words ever spoken. But now it's one of the things that unites so many of us. Not everyone has read The Dormant Doormat, but everyone has had that experience. So that was, who do you think wrote that book? Because it said... unknown, by an unknown, it's the most best-selling book by an unknown author. Well, what I heard was that the entire book was imaginary. Really? Like imaginary within an imaginary world? Yeah, it was an imaginary book within an imaginary world. But real empowerment. Oh, wow. So that is complex stuff. But I really like that title, The Dormant Doormat. I mean, I'm sure that also a good use of alliteration. Yeah, it makes me just want to curl up and think about that, those opening pages. Yeah, let's get comfortable. Yeah, those opening pages of, once upon a time, there was a doormat. And then I think that, there was that picture of the doormat there. Wasn't it like the doormat was deep, deep asleep? In some sense, the doormat was dormant. And then one day, with all the mud, that was like the part with all the mud and the rain. And then they talked about who needed the doormat, the whole building, and everybody, all the diversity of the characters that lived in that building, but they all had to go through the mud. And that's when they needed the doormat. Yeah, but then they, start, and then the part where they, and what about me? And then the doormat, and then that's what we all learned. Oh yeah, what a story. Yeah, I think I'm going to lie down and sleep. Oh, so am I. Yeah, because that's why I'm Veronica Betty here, looking back through this time capsule of ideas. Good night. All right. Hey, everybody. It's Scoots. And, I was trying to keep it as sleepy as a bedtime story here on the podcast. But I did want to, I was thinking, I did a live stream recently where I was folding laundry, which is not something I'm particularly, I'm not fond of folding laundry. I'm not fond of, you listen to a sleep podcast, so you got to be in it with me, or at least to be able to relate. It's not actually the folding of the lawn. I think it's definitely something. It's not vestigial because I don't think there's I'm not sure. Somewhere deep inside me, I have feelings about. Sometimes I get on a roll. Can't think of the last time I did. I guess there probably was a time I was on a roll at it. But lately, since January, I have not been on a roll. Like mostly I've just been living out of what are those called, hampers. When I say hamper, I think of Ben Hamper, who wrote a book called Riveted or Rivethead, and about his life on an assembly line. He was in a movie called Roger and Me, the Michael Moore documentary. And he was in the movie at the most powerful emotional moment for me in the movie. I'm pretty sure because he's the one that says, I've talked about this on the podcast before, one of my deepest connections to a moment in film, particularly documentary film, because he's talking about Flint, Michigan and living there. And then he starts talking about the Beach Boys song, Wouldn't It Be Nice? And then the Beach Boys song, Wouldn't It Be Nice, starts playing. And he's going through the very powerful moment for me. I think it was a beautiful moment. But that doesn't have anything to do, other than I've been living out of a hamper or multiple hampers. Actually, none of them are hampers. So, I'm already off topic, but I guess this is a good thing. Two of them are baskets or they're, I guess they're wire baskets, you'd call them. They're part of the IKEA. I think it's the Iglot system or something that I had bought at once upon a time, to get when I was like, this time I'm going to get my life organized. I'm starting with my Iglot or Illot or whatever it was. Too bad I didn't have Spock with me to say this is illogical. Which part? The purchasing or all of it? And for a time, it did keep me pretty organized. Well, no, but at some point I bought more of them because they have kind of they've weathered over time. But there are these nice sized baskets that are good, wire baskets that are good for folding laundry, clean or unclean, folded or unfolded. And then over the past, like, 4 months, within the last 4 months, I also bought a laundry bag, like a big tall one from, when I saw it on sale somewhere online. So those are my 3 vessels of laundry. Most of the time, my dirty laundry is in the washer, either waiting to be, because I don't really wear a lot of, like, clothes that have to be separated, at least to my knowledge. You might ask the clothes, you'll get a different story. So usually I have 3 different types of laundry. I do general clothes laundry. I mean, if there's some reason I was wearing whites and hot pinks, I would definitely separate those, or bright reds. But for the most part, the only thing I'm wearing that's white would be an undershirt. And I'm like, well, close enough, So I have that laundry. Sometimes I have towels, which I may wash together or separately. Then bedding, which I'll wash separately, just because it's more, it's easier. Plus, I feel like with the fitted sheets, shirts or socks always get stuck in the fitted sheets. And sometimes they'll get stuck in a way that's like airtight, and then they don't get washed somehow, watertight. Like a watertight seal just on the one part of the clothes I wanted to get clean. And then I have Koa's laundry, which I do separately because it smells like a dog, which would be her bedding, her towel. Koa has her own towels. Don't tell her this. They were once our towels, but, they fell out of favor. They said, well, look at these brand new towels we got for you, Koa. Oh, boy, she wags her tail. What are towels for? Oh, it's time to take a BATH, right? And then her tail stops wagging, and she says, did you say bath? And they say, well, technically it's not a bath because you don't go in, it's either, sometimes it's in the bathtub, it's a shower, or sometimes it's outside with a shower with the hose. So I don't know why I'm not more clear with you that you're going to be taking a shower, but we still call it a bath when we bathe the dog. So those are 3 kinds of laundry I do. And my daughter lives with me half time, so then sometimes I'm doing her laundry with mine. I don't really do it separately unless it's some sort of, power move where I say, okay, well, can you put everything on your floor? Don't follow your father's example. Could you put everything on your floor in the laundry that's not clean? Which I actually do. I don't really throw my dirty clothes on the floor. I just put them in the washer or throw them down the stairs, and then when I go down the stairs, I put them in the washer. So what was so I've been living out of hamper. I was thinking, man, I got to get my act together. I've never been a person to live out of drawers in my whole life. When you grow up in a house with 6 kids, you really don't use drawers, especially with kids that are like close to your size, except for like seasonal clothes that you never see ever again anyway, unless you're like, somehow did I place my favorite. Because usually when you're a kid, you just have your favorite clothes or the clothes you've accepted that these are the clothes I'm going to wear to school or play. So anyway, at one point I will upgrade and maybe, I'd like to have a little bit more peace and quiet around my lifestyle because those clothes are just so noisy. I say, your clean clothes, what are you making so much fuss about? They said, I saw you were just inanimate. But believe it or not, what's interesting is that I just folded, I think like either all of my laundry. It's on my yoga mat, of course. It's like the worst place to put your clean clothes. There's something that they say, well, this mat that, anyway, let me put my clean clothes on there that are freshly folded because the chances are that it could absorb some of my non-cleanliness, or a coal might come and roll around on it. But all that said, I did a live stream yesterday, or not yesterday, it was a few days ago. Yesterday just sounded more, I don't know, more relevant, but, and I was folding laundry and trying to make bedtime stories or songs about folding laundry. I don't remember the content, but what I do remember is I was folding my bathing suits. Some would call it, I would call it a swimsuit. Some people call them swim trunks. These are not trunks. They're shorts. That's one of the things I like about them. Like, I'm not a bit, like I say, what are the, like those, like those board shorts, those were in favor, like whatever, 14 years ago, 12 or 8 years ago, whatever it was, that's the last time I was buying bathing suits. But somehow I bought this pair. Also, it's not a pair, it's just one suit. What do I call it? Swimsuit. That's what I would call it. But some people call it, what do they call it? Boarding suit? No, swim trunks. And that's not what I call it. But if you do, it's fine. But I'm also looking for a more universal term, which I would say swimsuit. Something you swim in. That's I don't know. Why do they call it a swimsuit? Or you could call it a bathing suit. That seems more old-fashioned. Maybe swimsuit's more old-fashioned. I don't know. But I was folding it on air, and I was talking about how this was my actual favorite swimsuit. I've had it for a while. Doesn't have the inside undergarments. That's not so much a reason I like it, but I think it is, because there's something about that inside undergarment that puts me on. I say, whoa, boy. I don't know why I'm so suspicious of that. It's not really a freedom thing. I say, oh, well, and I say, no, it's, I don't know what it is. But I also think these ones just, they're not long. They're not short shorts. Like I would love to say, who wears short swim shorts? Scoots will wear shorts, but I would never be able to say that. Which reminds me of the summer I shaved my legs when I was, like I had hairy legs already. And that was one of the many times my parents thought, like, they're going to have to intervene on my behalf, but then they didn't. And, I mean, I'll just be honest, like, I was wondering how it would, I just said, what'll happen if I shave my legs? How would that feel? I got curious about it. Yes, some of you that are so, masculine might have a chuckle. It doesn't bother me. But yeah, it was definitely, post-pubescent. So in living in the Rust Belt, these are bad ideas according to the Rust Bellions. But I decided I would give my legs a shave. It just happened to be like right when my dad's family was coming to visit. I'd like to know how old that was, but I was somewhere between, I guess had hair on my legs. I don't know if I had hair everywhere else, though. I mean, I had my head clearly, but, so maybe I was like somewhere between, somewhere between middle school and high school. Probably middle school. And I said, let me shave my legs. Let me see what that's like. I want to go for it. Maybe I had other thoughts about it, and I shaved my legs, and, I didn't get too much sassing because my leg hair was already blonde anyway. I don't know how I got on that topic. Oh, because short shorts. That was the old ad, Nair for short shorts. And I think I was singing that as I was shaving my legs. So, I don't know if you like, don't do it. Like you can do it. Just be careful if you're going to do it, kids out there. Because then people say, well, it'll never grow back. I don't know. I said, well, I don't care. Like I said, well, I just want to know what it felt like. I wanted to feel my legs, silky smooth, like on the commercials. So much I've done has been influenced by television commercials. I think it was that Nair ad. I said, well, I'd like to wear short shorts, and have ultra smooth legs, with, those ads said ultra smooth legs or whatever. So there's that. But anyway, back to so I have my favorite pair of my favorite swimsuits. And it's a blue, kind of like a blue camo, which I was joking about because it'd be like, okay, no one undersea, none of the undersea friends can see me because I have an aqua camo suit on, or they can only, they could see the rest of me, but not my, middle section. But then I was thinking about this, and right now, when I'm recording this, is a period in history. I don't know when you'll be listening to this. So it's really a time where I'm trying to live day by day, moment to moment. But I'm also like very acutely aware of, even though the globe is spread out and I'm in a position of privilege where I live, that there is a lot that connects us, particularly right now. And I'm trying to focus on that as like a feeling of unity, of shared humanity, of like comfort, of wonder, and, a lot of other positive things, or we're looking at it in an empathetic and compassionate way because, I am in a place that not everybody else is in. But I was thinking as I was talking about my swimsuit that I was joking about times I've lost my swimsuit because there's a few design problems with my favorite swimsuit. And one of those is, there's a couple, it has like one piece of, let's see, how do I describe this for everybody? It maintain our, seal of approval from, family enterprises or whatever. But so there's two things. One, it has a button fly, which you say, well, maybe they said, well, we could charge more for it. Put it on there. We'll charge more. Because they said button fly, because most you don't have no fly. So that's one thing is like, okay, you got a button fly. Interesting. But then the top, there's no button at the very top. There's a piece of Velcro, which I say hello, do I really want some scruffy Velcro? Anywhere, even near my belly, I don't. And then it's already worn down. And then it has a tie, like most bathing suits. It has this is another reason I like it. It doesn't have any elastic. Not a big elastic fan either. But then it has a tie thing, so you tie it up so it's like a bit like over designed as far as like if for example, I said, well, I had too much water today. I've got to go out and use a place where the water leaves my body. Like I would have to untie the suit, then unvelcro it, and then unfly, and then unbutton the fly. So that's quite talk about, they said, well, they said, okay, what do you, maybe there's some sort of evil swimsuit scientist involved in this. I mean, hear me out. It's a bit of a stretch, but said, well, they said, if we were being honest, we had the scientist here, Dr. Hans Zimmer Gorbelly, swimsuit scientist, and they were going to be perfectly honest with us. We say, so one part in your career, you turned to bathing suit design. Yes, I did. And yeah, you came up with this revolutionary bathing suit idea. Now, it didn't take off and ended up failing. But, the great bathing suit historians around the world, they really started to look at this design and wonder what the heck you were thinking. Because it's really inconvenient to go to the restroom. Yes, I wanted people to pee in the pool. I never had a pool. I never, I was always fed up with people that did, so I designed a bathing suit that would force people to pee in the pool. Yeah, that's what I thought. So thanks for nothing, because it just is not a great idea. So that was why it was designed that way, I guess. But on top of that, so it had a tie thing where your belly, below your belly button, where your normal, a button would be, just like on any other pants or shorts or whatever that have a button below your belly button. But while it had a tie there, it did not have a rope that went around the whole suit, which is kind of key in what we're going to talk about next. Because if you have a rope, or whatever, a string or lace. I guess it's a lace. Not lace. That was the shorts I would have been wearing when my legs were shaved. But this one, because then you can cinch it around above your hips. A lot of people, maybe this is only something that very few people ever think about, just me and bathing suit designers. But that way you can tie the rope, you can cinch it so it's locked above your hips, which prevents it from coming off. Now, again, I'm only operating from my simple and narrow cultural window of using just the bathing suits I've experienced. So people of the world, like boys, girls, and friends beyond the binary, and people across the globe, there's a lot of probably different experiences and different styles and ways you've worn bathing suits before or swimsuits. But I was thinking as I was describing that, because they said, well, then so this bathing suit, it doesn't have a tendency to come off because now that I'm like not a kid anymore, like I don't know, like I guess I probably hold on to it when I'm if I was going to dive in a pool, I would probably hold on to it, or I would just dive really deep and then pull them back up. I think that's probably what I do now because I dive pretty deep. I like to, if I'm diving in a pool, I like to go under the water. Otherwise, I would just jump in. So that way, like I would pull up. I said if they did come off, or they wouldn't come all the way off, probably, I would just pull them back up. And then if I was in the ocean or a lake with a lot of waves, I don't know. I guess I would assess things pretty quickly. Just because I don't think I would be super embarrassed. I guess I just not want to be offending anyone, especially if it's a public place. I don't want to offend any kids or whatever. But so I was thinking, though, as I was mentioning it, a lot of people were laughing because they think this may be a nearly universal experience. Now, clearly, it's not a 100% universal experience. Not everybody's worn a bathing suit or a swimsuit. Not everybody has the privilege of being able to go swimming. So I totally acknowledge that fact. But I'd say a large number of humans on the globe, and especially when you sub in, like remember that story I did a long time ago about when I talked to my sister and my brother. This was when we were little. I'd always dreamed of going swimming in a pond, like in the movie Stand By Me, even though I don't think they were swimming, they were just crossing it or something. And in my tighty-whitey underwear. And so one day after school, I found a pond, and then the next day it was hot, or a couple days later, and I convinced it was a runoff pond from snowmelt, not farm runoff, hopefully, because there was no farms nearby. But I convinced my brother and my sister and me, we were in grammar school or elementary school, to go swim at this pond. And we were on the walk home from the bus stop. So we never went home, which was a bad idea. And then we stripped down, me and my brother stripped down to our tighty whities. I'm not sure if my sister, what she was wearing. So we went swimming in our tighty whities. So it's another thing you could swim in that could come off. And so I was thinking of it's maybe a nearly universal human experience that you've lost your bathing suit while being in the water. And also, it's nearly never convenient, or almost never convenient. Like, not only when it was losing your bathing suit universal, it happens, majority of the time it happens, it's not at a good time. And some of you that wear two-piece bathing suits, you may only lose one portion of your bathing suit. But it never happens at a time that you say, well, this would be the ideal time. You see, there's really only one ideal time to lose your bathing suit. And, I guess there's a couple times you say, well, I'm getting changed or whatever. Or you say, that's it. You're going into the sea. Like you've become a sea being. Like you're doing a reverse aerial. And you say, okay, I'm joining the mer people. Then you would say I'm losing my bathing suit, but you'd more say I'm shedding my suit. Symbolically, I'm leaving behind the remnants of my humanity to accept my mer side. I don't know. Was that like the Little Mermaid 4? I guess they wouldn't call it the Little Mermaid. They'd say from the world universe of the Little Mermaid, Eric's cousin Andy, the shedding of the suit. So I don't know. I was thinking that, and I mean, I guess I'm taking a risk here, but I did float it by the people I was talking to on Instagram, the listeners. They said, well, is this a kind of human thing that a lot of people, because I can think of the times I've lost my suit. And it's always been, that like you could be with other kids your age and they're laughing at you. Or it could be something where you're like, oh, somebody's mom's there and you say, oh boy, or it just falls down. And then one of my brothers was saying, and I think it was happened to him, so we used to swim at Lake Ontario, and Lake Ontario would get very intense waves. Maybe it did happen to me, because I got the feeling it happened to me, but my brother was making it sound like I was on the shore. Maybe, or maybe he was saying it happened to me. But there's times where, like, the waves are so strong that they take your suit off. And I know that, I'm pretty sure it happened to me, but maybe I didn't totally lose my suit. But what would happen is, like, it could happen where your suit just especially if you're body surfing, that your suit gets totally taken off you and washed out to sea. I mean, in this case, to Canada. And my brother was accounting, maybe it was me, and like I was staying in the water because maybe some of my female cousins were there or neighbors or something, and saying, give me a towel, and no one would give me a towel. But then it could have been I was the one not giving the towel. I mean, that does also sound like I'm not the greatest person in the world, And when I was a kid, I was much, I was not a good person. I was like a bad person in training. So everybody's almost, I'm going to say this, and it's like, I'm not trying to be exclusive, but I would say almost everybody has lost their bathing suit. And then I was thinking, well, that makes a nice analogy for right now, how I'm feeling today. And who knows when I'm going to try to get this episode out sooner than later, of like where everybody is in the world, where I said, well, that's like how I feel. I feel like I'm losing my bathing suit right now. And I think it's a little bit more fun way to put it in terms, because it actually addresses one of the things we're going through right now, which is that it's not unique. The feelings we have are shared by the majority of the world. And you say, geez, everybody feel like, and you say, well, I mean, it doesn't have that idea of everybody pointing and laughing at you. But, the rest, I say, I don't know. Is that like the term for our times? And they said, well, maybe for just a sleep podcast. I thought about that. I said, well, I feel like I'm losing my bathing suit. So if you want to use that, you can. Like, you can go out in the world, you can say, I feel like I'm losing my bathing suit. And I'll know what you mean. Because you say, well, it's not like, I don't know how else to put it. You say, well, did you feel like, what does that mean? You say, well, I don't even know what it means. Like, I think I'm okay. But at the same time, I feel like I'm losing my bathing suit. So the essence of losing your bathing suit in that experience, and you say, okay, Scoots, I've never lost my bathing suit. And I say, okay, I've got a couple of places that I could give you some shoes, some water shoes you could put your feet into. And there's two of them in there for anyone, like they should be relatable to you. So I want you to start off imagining that you're in a yellow school bus with a bunch of other high school kids. You're in high school, or that's where you are. Also on the bus is somebody you have a huge crush on. Definitely, if not multiple people you have huge crushes on. And you're going to a water park, okay? So you're on a school trip to a water park. The bus is loud. It's rowdy. Maybe you already have your swimsuit on or your bathing suit on. Maybe you're going to put it on in the changing room, whatever it is. Maybe you have a packed lunch, or maybe you have like $12 to buy lunch at the water park, because we're going on a trip to a water park. And so we get off the bus. All the kids are loud. There we are. Some of your close friends are there, so you feel good. You say, oh, boy, I'm ready to experience the visceral experience of water parking. And maybe you have water shoes on because you say, well, that'll be less distracting if I have water shoes on, because I don't have to think about my feet touching anything or a hot concrete. So you have like a top of the line water shoes on. So there we are, we're waiting in line. Maybe we start the day off with a couple, you go on the, like the tube, like maybe not, you wouldn't go on the lazy river first. I mean, who are we kidding? But maybe we work our way up. We go on the team raft ride. Maybe you happen to get out, like the raft is like 6 people. You happen to get in the raft with the person you have the crush on. So you're already feeling those palpitations. Oh boy, holy cow. That's another probably near universal experience, right? You say, holy moly, there's something about this water. I can't put it into words, but and the fact, and then we're moving and we're swooshing and we're whooshing. So you get to the end of the team raft ride. You say, oh boy, that was great. You're feeling good. Then maybe we go on a couple tube rides where you sit on a tube and you swish around. Those are fun, but that's kind of everybody's waiting in line. You're chatting it up. Everybody's having fun because we're at a water park. It's like there's only one day of school left. And the day of school is like one of those ones where you don't do any work. Maybe I don't know, maybe you're not who knows where you are. It doesn't really matter. And this is just to get you in a relatability because you say, well, I've never lost my bathing suit. So I'm trying to help distill the experience for you in a meandering way. Okay, then you say, well, Scoots, which kind of bathing suit do we have? And I said, don't worry, I got it all covered. I got you covered. Because they say, well, there's 2 kinds of suit losses that are normally experienced. And so I guess we'll go through the first one, which is kind of this, we've all seen it happen probably. And so let's say you have a 2-piece suit on, one covering your top and one covering your bottom. Everybody's in line for the Purple Gush, which is like, this is the premier ride at this park. It's like, I don't want to go into any archetypal things, but it's like a premier ride at this park. And it's known for everybody. You're supposed to say Purple Gush when you go down, when the ride lets you go. And this one is actually water slide. There's no foam pad, no boat. You're behind. You get up there, you cross your legs, and you're supposed to cross your arms over your chest. Part of the reason that you do that, I think, is to prevent this. But you had heard, like your mother, before you left, she said, don't listen to them when they say cross your arms. I'm a scientician, and you're supposed to hold your arms at your sides. Trust me. Because I know, and when I was just a girl, they didn't have water slides, but you say, okay, Mom, just promise me one thing. Like, I'll give you extra $8, so you have $20 for lunch if you just don't cross your arms over your chest. And you say, Mom, this goes against, like, you don't even usually talk about my chest. You say, well, this is, so... There you are, you're at the top of the Purple Gush or whatever it's called, the Gush Purple. And all the other kids that have gone, there's kids in line and there's kids that have gone because everybody's likes to hear the way people say Purple Gush. And so it's your turn. And then, so you're waiting, actually, like you're talking in line. You say, oh boy, that's 4 people ahead of me. That's the one, old dreamy eyes. Holy moly, those dreamy eyes. And you can feel it in your tummy. And then you also feel in your tummy, you say, well, I'm about to go down the Purple Gush. I wonder what it's going to feel like. But I'm already feeling feelings. And right before old dream eyes goes down, they look at you and you say, oh boy, oof, 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 oof. And then they go and they say Purple Gush, like in a super cool way. And everybody's cheering. And then you're getting your turn. And you start to say, well, what's this going to be like, this experience? And then you hear your mother's voice. She says, the person in the operator, they say, okay, sit down, cross your legs, and then lay back and cross your arms over your chest. And you say, okay. Then they say five, four, three, two, one. After I say one, start to say purple gush. And as soon as they say one, you say purple, and then you undo your arms and put them at your side because your mother, you heard your mother's voice say, put those arms at your side. I studied physics in high school. I know the degree of angles and, inertia. And so you do it because you said, well, I did get that extra $8 that I'm going to use to buy like, tater tots with cheese on them or whatever. And you go down the purple gush and you say, purple gush. And then as you go down, you realize that the error your mother had said, because the purple gush, because there's so much water that's supposed to slow you down. And this water also removes the top of your bathing suit in front of all your classmates. And now this isn't a progressive era where everybody says, wow, but still you feel the archetypal feelings of losing your bathing suit. And also you say, mother, what was I thinking? Why didn't I just listen? And everybody says, well, that's why you're supposed to cross your arms. Also because of physics, they say, that physics have shown crossed arms on water slides, but it's mostly to keep your suit on. And you say, I would have never thought that until I listened to this sleep podcast. And everybody says, well, and then it's like this united moment. Because your initial feelings were, you felt your face turning pink. You felt like you're trying to put it, readjust, get it back on or cover up or, oh boy, like your own, feelings. But then you notice everybody says, it's okay. Especially old Dreamy Eyes is the first person that comes up and says, after they give you a moment, and actually you were surprised also because there was immediately classmates of yours you never even got along with holding up towels around you. People you viewed as your rivals or your nemesis, holding towels around you so that you could, recover. And you say, whoa. And then the old Dreamy Eyes and everyone says, geez, I remember the first time I lost. Is that the first time you ever lost your suit? And you say, yeah. And you're kind of breathless and still unsure. And Dreamy Eyes is there, and old, Jock McGee, everybody, like, Pom Pom Papamo, the mascot, and they say, geez, like, yeah, oh yeah, like, then they say, where were your arms? Were your arms crossed over your chest, like every picture in the whole park? And you say, oh, my mom told me to put my arms at my side. And then you wonder if your mom was up to something and maybe she wanted to lead you to this vestigial moment. I don't know. But and you say, well, that's not the proper use of vestigial. And you say, you're probably right. It's not the proper use of vestigial. But, and you can't, instead, it's worked its way through the whole park where people are like, they're respecting your personal space, but they're saying, hey, you're going to go on the gusher again? You're going to cry? I remember, don't worry about it. And you hear all these stories of public pools and pool parties and ponds and river. You were like, geez, I didn't know there were so many rope swing swimsuit losses, but it makes perfect sense. Swinging. Just like the commercial from Scoots' youth of doing it country cool, of swinging off a rope swing into into a swimming hole. You run the high risk of losing your swimsuit unless you say, wow, or water skiing, water sports, diving. Yeah, holy cow, swim lessons. You say, wow, I had no idea. And then your biggest nemesis, just like in the movies, person that was your best friend, third, fourth, and fifth, and sixth grade. And then you got into ninth grade, and then you were kind of still, and then 10th through, they were like, there was a schism. And they say, I don't know if you remember, but last year, I worked at this park, and I did the exact same thing. Not because my mother told me, but I said, we're getting ready. We're doing the soft opening. And, I just, I had a crush on this person, and they were the only other person working, my coworker that I had fallen for, just like in that other movie. And you say, holy cow, and I said, I want to try the purple gusher with my arms at my side. You think it'd be safe? And, they said, why not? Give it a try. Of course, this is totally, yeah, I don't know. And I did it, and the same exact thing happened, but I wasn't as cool and calm as you were. You were so poised when you came off that water slide, and you lost your suit. And then, so you see throughout the day other things happening to other kids, like dropping a fresh ice cream cone, dropping an entire tray of food from the food court. If people say, I feel like I just lost my bathing suit, and then the other kids help the person. And you say, wow, this lost your now you might say, well, that's not the kind of bathing suit I roll in, Scoots. So I'm gonna, I can't empathize with that person. I say, well, okay, well, I know you were on the bus too, thinking you couldn't empathize with us, because you walked. You said, I didn't, and you said, okay, well, and you couldn't empathize with the person just jumping into a bog, or swinging into a bog, or a person on every coastline any coastline in the world, and the wave comes and washes their suit away. And I say, don't worry, I got something for you. Don't worry, do I? So there you are. You say, well, I can picture that water park. I've always wanted to go to it. And I've always wanted to see a water park and to feel those feelings you were talking about. And I say, okay, well, we could get in there. They invited you. It's a universal experience trip, and I could take you to the special journey, across the I don't even know what it's called. It's not the metaverse in my world. There's something, transverse plane, and you're now the same age as everyone there. They know you, you know them. You feel pretty comfortable. Maybe you've had a couple sodas even. People have been calling you the Sour Patch Kid because you brought an 8-pound bag of Sour Patch Kids to share with everybody. And now you're feeling it. And you know how you roll in your suit. So you're totally like, okay, Scoots, I got it covered, man. And they say, okay, well, yeah, there you go. You've spent the day at the park. Maybe you even made it through the wave pool without any incident, And you also have enjoyed things, and you had, proper screening. Everybody has the proper sunscreen level. Holy cow, have you been reapplying? They also called you the reapplier because you set the example for the day, and the reapplication of sunscreen on a regular basis of making sure everyone else either used spray or, helped everybody make sure the backs and shoulders were, properly screened. At some point during the day, they made an announcement that the rescreener got a free, cone at the Sugar Shack, and you went there, and people cheered for you. And then you heard about these slides they're called racing slides or bobsled slides or toboggan slides. And he said, that hill just doesn't look like as exciting as the other hills, or the excitement of making sure everyone's properly screened. We're just enjoying this thing. But everybody's saying how much fun it was and how exciting it was. And then your friend said, that if you really lean in, you got to lean forward. You could really build up speed. And your friend said, I've won like 9 races in a row. And I'm so tired of the accolades that I think I should teach you this method of winning. And you say, well, what's the method? You say, well, you put like all your weight on your hands, and then you try to lean your weight forward. Again, this isn't proven. This is just totally imaginary. So don't try it because this probably won't work. So if you try to win a race, remember this is just an empathy building exercise. So this advice is purely not based on water slide experience, and then you try to like put as little weight as you can on just your kneecaps on the back, because it's a slide you lie down on face first. And if you can, stretch your body out, pull your belly button in towards your spine, and also try to make yourself as aerodynamic as possible. Can you handle that? Rescreener, Sour Patch Kid, maybe you'll be the bobsled beast, and you say, I'm willing to try, because then you realize that, you hearken back across the transverse plane to, those times you had butterflies in your tummy, and you could feel them butterflying around as you wait in line for your turn. This is an 8-person bobsled run. So there's 7 other kids, including that butterfly person that makes you feel like glee inside. And you get on there, and now the first time you come in first, the method works. Then they say, okay, and this was like the tournament so you say, okay, now that was the whatever the finals are before whatever. Now you're in the quarterfinals. Except it's like still the same 8 people. It's just, I don't know, it's a point system maybe. I don't know. I'm not a officiant of, official bobsleds. So then the second race comes, and you come in, you get a little, like something happens, and you have to scratch your ear. And so you come in second. Who comes in first but butterfly? And then you get in again, and you go again, and you win the race. There's like 6 other kids, and they come in second. And then you go again, and you really try this time to win, and butterfly comes in first. And then they say, last run of the day. And you say, okay, now you've been someone who's regularly practiced sunscreen, and, taking care of everybody's skin and everything. But there's some skin on our bodies that just rarely sees the light of sun, right? So no matter what kind of body we have, this part of our body just doesn't see much sun. And, it's also part of the body, known as the B to the U to the double T, that is like a humorous part of the body, no matter what age you are. If you say butt, so I just want to let you know that everybody's got not only has everybody or almost everybody lost their bathing suit, almost everybody has a butt too. And so you get up there, and everybody's anticipating. And then the old butterfly says, well, what's the bet? How about a trip to the movies or the ice cream place or a walk down the lane, trip to the duck pond, whatever it is, a night staring at the stars for the winter. And you say, oh boy, I'm in. And then you go down there, and you're leaning forward with all your might. Your knees you're dug into your mat, and they say, ready, set, go. And you propel yourself forward at such a speed somehow that you're racing. And then butterfly is somehow, they're keeping in pace with you, and you're back and forth. It feels like time is stretched to an eternity. And it feels like you're willing yourself forward, and somehow they're effortlessly just ahead of you, and then you're ahead of them, and you're ahead of you. And then you hit the slow down lane, You realize you've leaned so far ahead and put so much weight that when you hit it, it may be a tie, but you're not aware of that anymore because the water splashes up your suit. And no matter how you roll, somehow, I don't know if it's the side or the mat or something, your suit whoosh, washes right away with your toboggan sled. And there you are. Now you're on your stomach, but your B to the U to the T to the T, your hiney, as some people call it. It's shiny, hasn't seen the sun. And you say, oh boy. And then you managed to say one of the most hilarious things any kid, they said, did I win? This was like, it could have been put in your mouth by a writer of like a rom-com movie. And they say no. And then butterflies smiling at you, probably, looking at you to say, well, that thing's never seen the light of day, barely. So, and you say, well, are we still on for that? I guess if it was a rom-com, you say, are we still on it looking at the stars? And they would say, well, I'm looking at the full moon right now. And then everyone, says it, and then they help cover you up, and everybody helps you. And then you get on the bus, and you say, oh, wow, I never knew what it was like to lose my bathing suit. And now I realize I'm not the only one that's lost it. And maybe you remember, you say, okay, now I know how it feels. And I do feel like right now, some days or some moments of some days, I'm losing my bathing suit. But I also know there's a lot of other people out there that feel the same way. And somehow that makes me feel less alone. Somehow that makes me feel closer to everybody, no matter where they are, that they've lost their bathing suit too. So I don't know. I hope they can help you is say, yeah, it's okay. I'm a human. These are very human times. And I feel like I'm losing my bathing suit. That's totally one thing, but you can say, right now I don't feel like I'm losing my bathing suit, but maybe somebody else does. So that's it. That's just a little story about losing your bathing suit. Good night. All right, hey everybody, it's Scoots here, and I'm about to have a special guest on to talk about a new line of a new imaginary fashion line they're about to launch. But I wanted to set it up for you. This is a theme. I did one other episode about this. I don't know if you'll probably have heard this. I'm talking to you in the past. You're in my future. And it's a theme around something universal we're all sharing, or we've all shared in one point or another in our lives. Most people, not everybody, but if you haven't shared it, you could probably you could easily empathize or put yourself in the suit of someone who's been through this. And that's the idea of losing your bathing suit, or swimsuit, as some people call them, or swim trunks, or whatever, bikini. There's thousands of words for, maybe there's not thousands of words for them. In a mer world, they'd say, oh yeah, we have thousands of words for, well, I guess they wouldn't, because they say, yeah, we call it our bodies. We don't wear swimsuits, but maybe they do. If they did, they actually, everything they wear, they would have thousands of words technically for suits, clothing you swim in, because their socks would be they live underneath the water, right? And they move by swimming instead of walking. And so even they'd say, well, we call those socks, but they're technically a swimsuit. That's what I meant when I said we have thousands of words, actually hundreds of thousands of words, for swimsuits down here. And you'd say, okay, I guess I understand what you're saying. It wasn't quite as, I guess I took it on a meander it was eloquent when you first said it. And then I kind of teased at it in a way, not a teasing way, like a picking at it to understand it better. So your undergarments, you'd say, well, that's a swimsuit. And they'd say, well, kind of, it's about what you wear under your swimsuits. Was there a point in the history of your mer world that you were do you have some sort of universal mer myth? Did you used to swim unclothed, Like we humans, the rumor is we humans, we once frolicked. Also, there was, do you know anybody that lives in a pineapple under the sea? Or have you ever, have you visited an octopus's garden? Hello? Oh, I lost some mer people. I didn't get the chance to find out about their mer myths. Looks like this shell phone has been disconnected. Because I was just curious. I was going to ask the representative of the mer people, were they once frolicking as we once imagined, good old Adam and Eve running around. I don't spend my time imagining that, just in case you're wondering. But, never. Yeah, you're right. We should just move on because, but that was just something I was thinking about right when I started talking about swimsuits. But we live in a time right now where we're recording this where I thought an empowering term would be, when you feel like saying this, you say, I feel like I'm losing my swimsuit or my bathing suit. Because at different points during the day, I feel that way. But it's not as, it's in the gray area, right? Because when you lose your swimsuit, as I talked about in the other episode, it's not exactly the best thing, but not the worst thing either. But it comes with a lot of distinct feelings. And so that's what I mean. And what I found during talking to people is that a lot of people have lost their swimsuit at an inopportune time. And most other people understand it because it happens in movies, or you've seen someone lose their swimsuit and you say, wow, that was an emotional journey you went on with the losing of the swimsuit. Because normally it does happen. Did I talk about this at the other episode? Like, it does happen in a very emotional journey thing because you never expect to lose your swimsuit. If you've expected it, you're not technically losing it. You're shedding your swimsuit, which is different. So it's always unexpected. Most of the time, you're very vulnerable when you're wearing a swimsuit, obviously. And you feel vulnerable because you're more closer to like things you think about, right? And then a lot of times you're frolicking. I mean, you could use other terms, but most of the time when you're in a swimsuit, or you could be chilling. Though I haven't thought of many times where you lose your swimsuit when you're just chilling. So, yeah, that's quite an emotional journey. I mean, that's probably like every emotion. Those are different emotional journeys my brain tells me about at bedtime. It says, oh, boy, we can't frolic now. What are you thinking going frolicking, man? Like that's, and I say, wait a second, is this just my swimsuit talking? And my brain says, what do you mean? Swimsuits don't talk. And I say, well, I was using it in a metaphoric way. Like when you just never recovered from that time that you imagine we lost our swimsuit, huh? And my brain's saying, well, that's a representative moment. I don't want to and I say, okay, I respect that. You don't want to get into it, but you could say that's a representative moment that people could relate to. Could you say that? Maybe I should call the mer people. Yeah, it's probably not that they're not taking my calls. I've been dialing it the whole time I've been talking on this, I don't know if this is a conch or, I don't know. I put 4 sand dollars in there. So anyway, that's the theme of episodes. This is the second one about it's okay if you feel like you're losing your swimsuit. It's not as it's a universal feeling. And you could say that and you could say, wow, today I feel like I lost my swimsuit the whole day. Yeah. And I could say, I understand. I know, I may not know exactly how you're feeling, but I understand. Like I said, that's quite a journey you go on when you do that. So if you're experiencing something like that, I really feel for you. But so when I thought about this, then immediately the Kuzaks called, and Reginald was the first one who said, well, my sister's I haven't been on in a while. And I said, well, technically you helped me with the last one. And Reginald said, well, my family's been working on a new line of swimsuits. And we want to launch them. So they wanted to do an episode, and I said, okay. Now, you might not know who the Kuzaks are. And for some reason, my brain always like fogs up so there's a family of designers and brilliance. I mean, I'm not using it in a sarcastic way that got a hold of me. The Kuzaks, I forget, not Joan or John Kuzak, or any of maybe Randy Kuzak was one of them. But they said, yeah, so I don't know if they're related to any of those famous Kuzaks. I mean, holy cow, if they're related to Randy Kuzak, I'd say, who's Randy Kuzak again? Oh, okay. So you're related to that Kuzak. What about John or Joan? You see, then it makes me think of the Gyllenhaals. Are you related to either of the Gyllenhaals? That would be a really hard word to spell if it wasn't, if I hadn't seen it in, bright lights. Who's my favorite Gyllenhaal? I don't think I have one. Probably Maggie, but not only because, because I get feelings, but, Jake is great too. But so, I was also, these are questions I won't ask Reginald, but it does make me wonder. One, do you know the Kuzaks? I think Reginald's rolling Reginald's eyes right now. Also on the Gyllenhaal question. Also, I would ask, so I'm just getting these questions out of the way so that Reginald doesn't just to get them out of my brain, I guess. If you had to choose between the what is it? Do you listen to the Bacon Brothers, or the Bridges? I think the Bridges were in the Fabulous Baker Boys. So I don't know if Bo Bridges and Jeff have a band or not. I would assume they do, or at different times they do. Who do you think's closer, Bo and Jeff Bridges, or Kevin Bacon and the other Bacon boys? Bo Bacon. That's you say, what's your favorite Bacon, Scoots? I say, well, you already know that it's Bo Bacon. And you see, no, it's B-O. Might be B-O-W, Bo Bacon, not B-E-A-U, Bacon. That's B-E-A-U, Bridges, Bo Bridges. So I don't know if any Reginald or any of the other Kuzaks, they say, well, when I kick back, I listen to some Baker Boys and then the Bridges, what would the Bridges band be? Because if they were already in that movie Fabulous Baker Boys, Bridges Over Troubled Waters, that's what we could use right now. If any Bridges are listening to this, it also makes me think another one of my favorite Bridges is Todd Bridges. Maybe they could get, what other bridges are there? How many bridges could we get? They could have a benefit, Bridges Over Troubled Waters, along with also featuring Bo Bacon and the Fabulous Bacon Boys, Bacon Brothers. I know that's what it's called. Bo Bacon. I can't get Bo Bacon out of my mind. I got Bo Bacon on my mind. Who would you like to meet on a bridge over troubled waters, Scoots? Well, Maggie Gyllenhaal. If not, then probably Bo Bacon. Scoots, do you know? And I say, well, maybe that'd be one of my new imaginary friends then, Bo Bacon. How many times could I say Bo Bacon in a podcast? I don't know. I'd have to, I had it. If you look at my brainstorming notes, somewhere in there, it does say Bo Bacon or the Bacon Brothers, like, question mark. Could that be an episode? Okay, so with further ado, in this case, I want to turn things over to Mr. Reginald Kuzak. Oh, thank you, Scooter. So good to be here with everybody. I'm Red. You could call me Reggie Kuzak. Just don't call me Bo Bacon. I mean, or Bo Bacon, feel free to call me. So I'm Reginald Kuzak of the Kuzaks. Many other Kuzaks you may be familiar with. But mostly be my siblings, and we've been designing so welcome to our virtual showroom here. I'm so glad to have you here. Scooter also forgot to set up one more part of the episode, so after I introduce myself, I'll set up that part of the episode, and then we'll move on. So we here at the Kuzaks, we run shops like, virtually enrobed, or I forgot the name of that shop. We don't have it anymore. Believe it or not, Morpheus loved our shop so much that Morpheus took over. Then we did have the famous skincare line that my sister ran. And that one, of course, was acquired. So Morpheus acquired our robe shop, god and goddess of sleep. I don't know. I think it was Athena or Venus. I don't know. Or maybe Athena Venus that acquired our skincare line. So now we're here. We're starting up once again, and we've got a new bathing suit launch ready to go. Bathing suits for all occasions, not just bathing, but if you should choose to bathe or swim or bathing, as Scooter's father calls it, a bathing suit. We'll be providing all those. Or you say, I just like to wear one. Oh, that's another thing about Scooter you might not, or maybe you do know it if you listen to this podcast a lot. And Scooter's life goals, and he doesn't actually even know this all the time, but his ideal goal is to live, or his idea of a vacation is when you wear a swimsuit you don't wear it to bed, but when you get out of bed or after you've had your coffee till you're ready for bed, if it's warm enough to air dry it. But Scooter apparently doesn't like to wear. That's why he talked about his favorite bathing suit doesn't have the undergarment. And I think that's because it's not as, just a little thing about Scooter. He would like to just know that would be the only thing he would wear. Maybe something on his feet. That's his dream. That's the kind of lifestyle. And he's laughing now. He'd say, yeah, with a Kool-Aid mustache or would be a perfect, or from a popsicle. So I'm here with the Kuzaks. So we're going to be talking about our new bathing suit line. And you say, Reginald, where do you at the Kuzak family get your inspiration from? We say, well, the wider world, the diversity of human experience and perspective, our own lives, Scooter's imagination, mostly that. And Fish set lists from the Baker's Dozen, a set of 13 shows, I believe, that Fish, the band, did in 2017, I believe. I don't have it in front of me. And maybe 2018. But a few years ago, Fish played 13 shows over a span of a few weeks in New York City at the Madison Square Garden. Madison Square Garden. And they did not repeat any songs over that 13-night run. And this also was going out to Harris. Harris, we love you, buddy. So this one is for you. That's actually a Fish song, or that's a line in a Fish song. I think that's one of the ones that makes Scooter cry. But so because Scooter says, well, I need some randomness. You can't just give me bathing suits designed with the finest materials and the finest construction and, visionary, combined family career of thousands of years in the garment industry. Like our friends Ann and Michael, who this episode's also going out to, we're sending this straight up to Harris and then straight out across the country to Ann and Michael. But so where was I? So that's Scooter said there has to be some randomness. You can't just straightforwardly talk about bathing suits. He said he was explaining to me the great Scooter method, which basically, if you want to understand what it's like to hear that, you just loosen your jaw. Let some drool pool behind your back teeth, unfocus your eyes, and you drift away, and then come back and say, oh, okay, Scooter, sure, I'll just give me the random things, and we'll build it from there. And so we're ready to start, and you may be starting, and you say, well, I'm looking for a bathing suit that makes me feel good, but that maybe reflects some of my hobbies, but also kind of gives me some confidence and, makes me feel really good. And I'd say, we've got you covered. This next one. Now again, I guess before I go off, we make bathing suits or swimsuits for everyone. So wherever you are, we make one for you. And we do believe in, making bathing suits and clothing and different products for people that make you feel good about you. We know there's a history of that not happening. We're all human. It comes up at times. That's why that's a time when you feel like you lost your bathing suits. So we want you to love you, treasure you, accept you. Maybe you just start with that. You say, well, but we really want you to hold yourself closely like you were a tiny dancer, and not worry about the headlights on the highway. They can be too bright. So with that in mind, you say, well, what is the constructionist? We say, well, we personally these are the conceptual swimsuits here. And you in your mind are the LEWK. You're putting that together for yourself, and then we will deliver on that concepts. But we do know that there are some of you that enjoy jarring. We know that there are some of you that enjoy canning and preserving honey. We know there's those of you that enjoy making the most of the bounty of sweet Mother Earth. And there's others of you that have a little Winnie the Pooh in you, and you enjoy consuming the bounties, jars, jellies, jams, honeys, or maybe it's a pickling, or maybe it's just a vegetable that's been stored, you're having it out of season. And maybe you feel like pickled beet. You say, not only do I feel like I lost my bathing suit, right now I feel like pickled beets. And I'd say, you taste actually pickled beets don't taste like dirt. Regular beet does, as Scooter does say. You can taste the dirt in that beet because that's exactly what it tastes like. And I'd say, Scooter, I think you have a tongue that's sensitive to goat milk and beets. But a pickled beet does not taste, it has a hint of the sweet, sweet earth. And so, in that method, I want you to picture the color of a sweet, sweet pickled beet. Maybe not so sweet, though. You'd say, well, I prefer my pickling on the I say, okay, just that color. Is it ruby? Is it purple? Is it maroon? It's a color that draws you in. But also you're peering at the beet through a liquid and through a jar. And that is the swimsuit we present to you, sample in a jar. For when we put this swimsuit on your body, not only will the colors of the rich, rich beets, be reflecting the highlights and tones of your skin, but we will put it with a fit. Now, this isn't a tight fit, but it's a fit that preserves you as you. And we want you, when you're, sashaying about to say, whoa, look at that sample in a jar. And it's a reach. You say, well, first you would say, well, what's that thing called? I can't tell if it's purple or a deep red. And I'd say, oh, no. You're only looking at the surface. You need to understand the whole thing. The reason that person's walking with such confidence and self-love is their heart may be the same color too. Their heart's connected to those shades of beets. As they shake it, they feel like a sample in a jar. And we continue on this summery spring theme because, that is not always when you're wearing a bathing suit, but it is times when you're wearing a bathing suit. And of course, the energy of a bathing suit, as Scooter's talked about in the past, goes, there is an energy to bathing suits. that goes beyond just swimming. And we want to, subtextually keep that energy there without going there too deeply. But we also make our bathing suits for everyone. This doesn't have to do with cut or fit. It has to do with the spirit that we're looking. Our suits bring out the bathing suit within you, obviously. And so our next bathing suit is titled, well, let me give you some more details. Now, our bathing suits don't always come scented, and this one actually doesn't come scented, but it does, will trigger some scents in you. The scent of fresh cut grass. And I don't know if you've ever looked at fresh cut grass when the humidity is at a level so the fresh cut grass is moist and you're looking at it from 30 or 40 yards away. The air is heady with that grass scent. You could hear the buzzing of beings in the air. I don't know what kind of beings there are. Cicadas or flying things or frogs or toads. I don't know. But you know that moment, the air, the moisture in the air is kissing your skin. Your ears are buzzing with the sound. And the grass is filling your nostrils. And there's a green there, and it's a rich green, and it's shades of green that you're seeing as you look at that fresh cut grass. And so that is the color of the suit is a beautiful, beautiful shades of green. And again, there's clumps of grass and there's moist grass. And so this isn't just one shade of green, and it isn't a consistent shade. You could see the puckering and the stitching of the fabric we've used. It does have a bit of webbing look to it. It is one of those super fabrics or whatever they're called. Very, very good for swimsuits. But again, I'm more concentrating in this episode. But it does give you a sense of layers of grass. For grass is not just one plain bolt of fabric. It's tactile, it has touch, and it has something to it, layers, you might say. But there's also a feeling when you put on this suit, and that's where the title comes from. Now, maybe a feeling you're projecting inward, or maybe a feeling you're projecting outward, as in hello. You may be looking in the mirror and saying to yourself, hello. Or you may be looking across and saying, hello. Or you could be the one doing this, and that is why we call this suit Lawn Boy. And so you could be just trying to raise that spirit of the boy who just mowed the lawn. You know, you're doing a favor, you're getting some work in, you're sweating before your swim. But oh, no, we don't just stop there. You know, you could go on wherever you want. And we only call it Lawn Boy because that is what we were presented with by Scooter, but it could be lawn anyone. I think you understand why we just use that term, because it's the name of the song, but it also captures that spirit of a fresh cut lawn. Anyone could cut the lawn, and anyone could wear something that represents not just cut grass, but an experience and so much more. And that is the suit we call Lawn Boy. Now, next up is a suit and a set of suits in some cases, depending, this is an optional thing. But a lot of times you say to yourself, okay, well, I have my swimsuit. I have my favorite swimsuits. But you also have people that come to wherever you are, and you might be swimming and they come unprepared, right? So we also, this is one of our suits that comes with a backup suit that you could have for a guest. And believe it or not, so I'll tell you about the guest suit first. It's very flexible. It can be worn by anyone. Yeah, so this is a very flexible suit and many different ways to adjust it, but it starts with a short, but within the waistband of the short is a top that you could take out, a swim shirt or whatever you wish to call it, so that anyone could wear it. It's all things, and then it's made with, copper and silver fibers. So you say, well, no, this suit is, you could wear. Not only did we clean it since anyone used it before you, it's made from, but there's platinum and gold probably, but we haven't launched this again. So you say, well, this is the cleanest suit you'll ever wear. So that's your guest suit, and you just have it as a backup. Maybe it just gives you peace of mind knowing if anyone comes, you have a swimsuit for them. But again, this is more about the suit inside of you. And again, as a counter to the feeling of losing your swimsuit in those times you feel that way, this suit will fit you like it knows you because it's been designed to be that way. And again, we've looked for fabrics that both feel comfortable, have some airflow, help with you loving you. And this, we have a kind of, now this suit does have a couple layers to it, but they're very thin layers. But we want it to be very, very comfortable. So this suit could be good for swimming, but it could also be good for sitting around. And despite the multiple layers, it will dry very quickly. All our suits are made to dry very quickly because we think, okay, if we're going to be working with Scooter, he wants a suit that dries quickly so that he could wear it all day long and not say, well, the suit still feels wet. It's driving me up a wall. Now I got to change out of it. So that would defeat the purpose of making a swimsuit for Scooter. This is an idealized, now this is another thing I've learned from Scooter, actually, not to go on a tangent, but to strive beyond what you're capable of. Scooter says, with his show, with Sleep With Me, he's not just striving to put people to sleep. That's the goal of the show. He's striving to delight them and to carry them off into dreamland with a smile on their face, with comfort within them. And he says, if that's what I'm striving for, even if I don't get there, I'm doing pretty darn good. And so that's what we're striving for with our suits as well. In this suit in particular. So it feels good. It looks good. Now, it is a very stylish and simple color. A color that, matches almost everything. And you'd say, well, is it a black or is it a midnight? And I'd say, well, Scooter loves to use the term matte black. So we're calling this, you could say the color of this suit is matte black. Also, Scooter was joking about inventing a detective named Matt Gumball. Hopefully he'll remember that. But this is when you have this suit on and when you have the backup suit for your guest and your guest comes to the house, whether they need a suit or not, when they see this suit on you and they see how you feel wearing this suit, they are going to say to you, my friend, my friend. And that's just what we're calling the suit. My friend, my friend. Oh, wow. Do you look like you feel good? And that is that suit. Now, our next suit, it's a modern day, and it's a day of devices and device usage and of controversy in the swimsuit making business, because you say, do swimsuits need pockets or not? And how do we as creators of swimsuits deal with the fact that, of course, you're going to want your device, at least your main device, with you at most times, but not every device can get wet or even damp or even, touch the water. So how do we empower that without, we've been really thinking about this. You say, well, because should we just remove all pockets? But then what do? Where do you put it? In your waistband? And then you got to put it out and you put it in the sun. Your phone gets too warm or your device. It can also be hard to see. And you say, okay, what's our responsibility to our users? We don't want their phones getting wet. And there are so many iterations of this suit that we worked very hard. But we wanted a suit where you could put your device. Maybe you could put your wallet or some money for an ice cream cone. Or you could even put other things that you're looking to, hold on. There's a lot of people that listen to this podcast that know the time where they are is for 420. And we respect those listeners that say, well, this sun's got a blaze, man. And so we want to be ready we know that they need swimsuits too. And so for all of them, now this suit is also colored in a green, but it's not a grass green. Well, you'd say, well, it's a different kind of grass green. It's a much richer, deeper green, earthy, with some browns and some rusty oranges all mixed in. And you see, wow, there's even some reds in there. And yes, we've got a pattern on there. You see, well, that's a very hypnotic pattern, but very earthy. And then within this suit, we've worked very hard to create a superstructure so that if you have a phone or larger phone in your pocket, one, it won't feel like it's there. That was complicated because we wanted something that would hug it against your body in a way that does it so that it's against your body, so it's not shaking around, but it doesn't feel like you see, well, that phone's stuck to my body. So it almost feels like it's a part of your body. I don't know if you've had that experience, but like when you wear a backpack and it's resting on your hips. And so we've designed that, and then we've put it in a zippered waterproof container. So you just put your phone in that pocket, you zip it up, and whatever your phone, you could have a flip phone in there, and it'll be fine. And, there's a lot of nanotechnology going into that, and we're pretty confident. We're very confident in that. And then there's another smaller pocket on the other side where you could put a phone or another device or a bag or some money, whatever it is that you need to keep dry. I wouldn't put s'mores materials in there, but if you're getting ready to have, make s'mores, you could put that in there. And we're calling this suit Stash. Obviously, it's clearly that. Now, our next suit, oh boy, am I proud of this one, because I said, Scooter said, what he wanted to be called. And, for these suits, like I said, it's more about what's inside than what's outside. But one of the ways we do that here at the Happily Enrobed, I guess we could still call our business that. We didn't sell, you're still happily enrobed when you're swimming in a swimsuit. So let's agree to call it that. But so this suit, we wanted something that was a blue, but not a sky blue and not a naval blue. But a summer blue, like this, when you look at it like a ocean from the sky, and it has a turquoise that makes you feel something. That's the color of this suit. You say, whoa, where in the world is that? I need to go there and get in that water. Well, you'll be getting in the water in this suit. So that's part one of the suit. But part two is, how do you feel when you're inside it? And the fabrics and the design is made to feel. Now you have to be a stretch, but I want you to think about the great Carol Burnett. And if you don't know who Carol Burnett is, I want you to rent the movie Annie, the original Annie, or the Annie with Carol Burnett in it. And also watch the Carol Burnett show. Do yourself a favor. It'll change your life. But I want you to think about Carol Burnett in a bathtub of gin, and how she would feel if she wasn't, if she was just the Carol Burnett from the movie Annie, in a bathtub of bathtub gin, without any of the hassles she was dealing with in the movie, without all the responsibilities, how would she feel? She would feel free for the time being. She would feel, all her pores would clearly be open in a good way. Now, this is an imaginary practice, so you don't say, well, realistically, Reginald, I'd say, hold the phone. I want you to think about being the spirit of Carol Burnett in a bathtub of bathtub gin. Oh boy, would you feel good. Because you would be her. You would be cracking people up and cracking jokes, making yourself laugh and singing songs. So that is a bathtub gin. Now, Scooter's told me we're now on the speed round because when it's so much depth. So the next suit we had, of course, you can't have a bathing suit. You can't have swimming in the feel of summer without the sunsets. And of course, we wanted to capture those colors in a suit, those late day, early evening colors, the complexities. And we've used a variety of materials so that where you're looking at the suit, whether you're looking at it from above or below or the left or the right or straight on, you're getting different shades of purples and oranges and yellows and whites and blacks, even some blues, just like you're watching the sun transitioning across the horizon. When you're really soaking it in. And then the feel of the suit is a feel of what someone will say when they see you in this suit, which we're calling fuego. So that is the next suit. The suit after that is a suit that we wanted to just represent comfort and comfortable materials. In something a little more casual, like let's say you were in a drum circle, or you had to run out and you said, well, I don't want anything. I don't need these fancy suits, Reginald. I want a down-home swimsuit that makes me feel fancy, like deep down, but, not present myself as fancy, even in the front of my mind. That confidence without, I don't need prestige. And I'd say, well, we got a simple suit for you. We're calling it Thread. And it feels good. It looks good. It actually has a very similar pockets to Stash, so that if you have to go out to you're running around or whatever, you have that. And that is Thread. Now we're having a little fun with our next suit because we wanted something that you could wear to a birthday party or wear around children that would make them laugh. That is something a little bit like less straightforward and that's bright and vibrant, that has the swirls and a little bit abstract patterns built into it. But also a suit that makes you feel like you're having fun or feel like you have permission to have fun. And when you see these bright colors in this suit in the mirror, you'll say that, and they say, well, what am I feeling when I, what kind of fun am I having? And I say, well, this is the kind of fun you have on vacation. And you say you could take it all the way to the title of this suit is how you'll feel when you're in it, cross-eyed and painless. Now, we have another suit for our friends that say, this swimsuit's just got a blaze, man. I'm here, and it's a time, and I'm here to chill, or, keep the chill and chillaxing. And we say, well, we want something that, what about if you had to put something in your way? You say, well, I don't live in one of those states. I still need to keep the things dry. Like maybe your wallet, maybe pick some dandelions that you want to keep dry for later, for pressing or whatever. But you don't have to worry about it when you're out and about. Well, this suit's called Makasupa Policeman. And it's a suit that's just, it actually is the color of dandelions, and you can see how it carries the different shades of the life of a dandelion, the greens, the yellows, but also the powder whites, and even some of the browns. And then it has a waterproof waistband, a place to dangle your stash or to put your money or your dandelions in it. Now, this suit, I don't think we could get Scooter to wear, and we normally recommend not wearing a bathing suit to bed. But some people want something that they can wear all day long. So we've again taken some of these fabrics that we're able to work some silver and some platinum and some copper into. And, we've looked for things that are both comfortable, wicking, that dry very quickly, and that have no chafing at all, or any roughness. Very, very soft suit. So that if you were sleeping in it, whether you're wearing a shorts version of this, or a bikini version of this, or a one-piece version, or a swim shirt and a swimsuit version, however you like your design. It would be perfect for you. And you may say, once you've worn it, and we've seen this in the testing, my sister came back to me and said, this is like pajamas you could go swimming in. And I laughed and I said, oh boy, you are brilliant. As we're calling this suit end of session, so for the end of the day, if you fall asleep in this swimsuit, you'll be fine. And you might buy two just so you can sleep in one. And then say, well, I woke up and I'm going to go swimming. Now, the next suit is for those of you that have working vacations, like Scooter and a lot of other people out there. They may have to take their family on a vacation, but they may have to work. So again, building on some of these successes we had with Stash, with waterproof pockets, very fast drying, but also looking for something with a little more classic look to it. You say, well, I may have to be on camera. So you say, well, this looks like a casual, nearly like a business short, but, not a little bit more. Now there might be people at golf that want to purchase this suit. But this is a suit that you could, wear to the office if your office allows shorts, which every office should. And we're calling that Tuesday. Very simple. But you'd say, oh, well, what about the other Tuesday? And say, yes, this is a very dark, deep. It's a purple so deep it looks black. So we're also, you say, well, isn't that Wednesday? And we say, thank you. And on to our next suit. Thank you. Now, Scooter is a fan of grays and those kind of colors, too. And we said, okay, well, we'll find something for you, Scooter, in a deep gray that has some sort, different shades like rocks and granite and obsidian colors in the color of the suits. And when we think about you swimming in this suit or imagining yourself in the suit, we want you to think about one of those brochure level underwater where you go in and then you're in some sort of giant area. You're like shaded from the world. It's a bit like a utopia, and we're calling this cavern. So it's a place like you discovered. Also on the waistband, for everybody, it says say take care of your shoes on the waistband, just for giggles on our end. And now there's another suit we want to get to here. And this is a callback. And you say, and I know that, when I work with Scooter, I've become very close to him. And I want to get to know him because we work here. We're not making swimsuits. We don't just make them out of thread and nano fabrics and, and brilliance and then put in some cosmic energy. Oh, no. When you make suits like these, you have to work in comfort and love and depth of personality. And nostalgia is another thing that we try to be aware of, because you could use it correctly or incorrectly in designing these things. Now, there's a place that Scooter has never ordered something from that he can remember. And it was always called, it was in malls. It's still in malls sometimes. And now it's transitioned to like one of these multi places that also sells stuff for other companies. But it was before smoothies and smoothie shops were popular. It was called Orange Julius. And so we've taken some of the colors from there because they had this, again, we said, well, we have like a sunset colored suit, but orange suits we are into here. And so we wanted something more with a frothy orange, maybe an orange creamsicle, you could say. But this has, you see, this is a little bit light on the cream. But it has that feeling of unknown, of something I've never tasted or tried before. And when you're in the suit, you'll say, this might be the day I'll taste it. Finally, I'm going to step outside of I'm so comfortable in this suit. I'm going to step outside my comfort zone. I'm going to forget the feelings that I've had when I've lost my swimsuit in the past. And that's a goal with all our suits, is to give you that kind of feeling about yourself. You deserve that feeling. It is tough to achieve, and it's not always there for any of us. And sometimes you have to take these tiny steps. But what I want to do is imbue that. I guess it is like a talisman. These suits are talismans you inject with your own meaning and your own magic, and that merely make you aware of that which was already there to begin with. Because again, we've all lost our bathing suits more than once or in more than one way. And kind of right now, when I'm recording this and working with Scooter, we all kind of feel that way. And we're together in that sense, separate but together. And of course, some of us have lost a lot of bathing suits, or we feel, you say, well, I'm always, and I say, okay, yes, yes, I respect that. And that's why I work so hard at this designing, and why I strive. I can never reach the pinnacles that we've set for ourselves, but I can try to get there. And, this analogy to finish off is to say, well, I've lost my bathing suit in the past, but today I do feel like that sample in a jar. I do feel a little bit of that fuego, or like someone said to me, my friend, my friend. I do feel like Carol Burnett in a bathtub of gin. So I am going to say hi to that person who mowed the lawn, or that person, that it makes me feel, or I'm going to say hi to everybody. Or I'm going to go run through the lawn and thank the beings that are making those summer noises. I'm going to kiss the humidity in the air. I'm going to dance like I'm cross-eyed and painless. So I hope my suits can bring you closer to that goal. And, I can't wait to launch. We do, of course, working with Scooter, things can be delayed. But thank you for having me in your ears tonight. Reginald Cusack of the Cusacks, friend of Bo Bacon, saying good night. Okay, hey, where am I? Hello. I meant the waiting room. Oh, what am I waiting for? Oh, introductions. I don't know. I guess I wasn't expecting to be introduced to anyone, to be honest with you. Who am I being introduced to? I guess would be my next question. Oh, just wait. Okay. So should I sit down? Like, I'm sorry. I don't mean to, I know, are you going to leave and go get the people you're introducing me to, or person? Is it persons or persons? Because I was just saying, if I sit down and then you go get, if you're going to be right back, I won't sit down. Because then I'll have, that's I think the then I'll have to stand back up, and there'll be that moment where if I just stand up, I'll actually be prepared. I could do a handshake move. So is it okay? I'll see. I'll just stand. I'll hope you're prompt. Okay. Good thing I brought my recording equipment. Hey, everybody, Scoots, I'm here. Could be in a dream. I don't think I'm in a dream, but I'm here in a waiting room. It's not a dreamy waiting room, but it's not bad. You know, one of those waiting rooms that's been made in the last 20 years, maybe even the last 5 years. It's got sleek sofas. Oh, there's a little fridge with a clear door. They didn't say I could get a drink, though. It looks like it has some drinks in there. Yeah. Oh, someone's bringing some. Hi. Oh, tea? You're setting up tea? Is it tea for 2? Tea for 3. Really? Interesting. Okay, well, tea for 3. I'm so glad to be at your workplace. This is are you the tea? You're just doing your job. Yeah, no, I was just wondering, where you work. You work here and inside. Yeah. So is this the lobby or is this a waiting? This is the meeting room. The greeting room or the meeting room? Okay, so there's tea. Do you know, does it have the sugar in the squares? Because then I could at least say 1 lump or 2. Okay, I'll see you later. Thanks for beautiful tea set, by the way. Okay, it looks like we have some tea here. Oh, and here comes the person that was, hello, okay, hi, who do you have? Interesting. Something familiar. Oh, clearly you're twins. Oh, hi, you're not speaking, though. Yeah, hi, I'm I'm Drew, I'm Scooter, I'm Scoots Magoots. No one calls me that, but sometimes when I call myself a name, when I refer to myself in the third person or the first person, I like to add on a last name. So call me Scoot. If you need to call me Scoot, if you need to do that, just call me Scoots Magoots. And then if we get along, you could say I'm in cahoots with Scoots Magoots. For fun and toots, we have some tea brought out for us. It's tea for 3. Okay, so you're going to go. You want to introduce me. Okay, who are you introducing? Oblong? Okay, nice to meet you, Oblong. And Oddlong. Nice to meet you, Oddlong. They're not talking. Did I do shit? They may start talking to me. Okay, I'm sorry. Just a little context, though. I know I was doing a podcast intro, and then another part of me stepped in to do the middle business part, and now I'm here in a waiting room. I mean, this has happened before on the podcast, so not an NBD, as they say, as you would say in a text format. But I just trying to get some... so I'm going to be with Oblong and Oddlong for the day. Oh, and get to know them. Oh, they're applicants. Is this like one of those job boards? Like a physical embodiment of one of those job boards? It'd be great if you sponsored my podcast again. It'd be good because it'd be terrific. I don't know if there's a lot of hiring that goes on with my listeners, but is this what... Okay. Hi, Oblong. Don't worry about it. We're just talking. I don't want, okay, so just give me, if you could do you want to fill me in front of Oblong and Oblong? What role or positions are they applying for? Imaginary friend? Imaginary friends, okay. Because that would be strange if they were in competition. Oh, you just shrugged. So okay. All right, I guess I'll see you later. So should I be back here at what time do you close? Okay, well, I'll make sure I'm back here by then. Don't leave, though, unless I come back with Oblong and Oddlong, because is there a lobby downstairs? Because I just don't know if I need to come. Do I need to come all the way back up here? All right, then. See you later. Never. I'd actually, here, Oblong and Oddlong, have a seat. You seem to be dressed in very formal attire, which I guess is good if you're applying. I mean, I guess if you, it's tough that you two don't communicate. You're just kind of looking at me. But I was going to say you're kind of dressed like English school children from a novel. Or, I mean, I'm not saying this is how you're dressed, but what immediately I thought of is, I get these two mixed up. It's not Amelia Bedelia, but I always think it's Amelia Bedelia. Do you know who Amelia Bedelia is? I think she was someone that solves mysteries, one of the many mystery solvers. But no, I'm not thinking of that one. I'm thinking of these, it was like this, another character, and she was a schoolgirl, and I think her class went on a trip they were in France or they were French, and her name may have been Amelia. Some reason your formal attire reminds me of that. Like we're on our way to school, which I guess would be a good place. Yeah. So I guess you two could nod if you know I'm wrong or I'm correct. Well, real quick, let's have some tea, I guess. I don't really know how teapots work when they're brought to you. So I presume there's tea. Oh, yeah, there's tea already steeping. A little presumptuous of this. Is this a mega corporation, do you know? Or a private equity firm? Like Imaginary Friends Incorporated. Do you, this is a good question if you're applying to be my best friend. Are you, when I say KIDS, Kids Incorporated, does that do anything to you? Okay, right. So that's a good sign. You nodded knowingly or confused. So that's a good move either way. But so this tea's already made. Would you like some milk or some sugar in your tea? Yeah, you've never had tea in this situation. Yeah. I think this is kind of to put a little, I don't know what that word is. A formality. A pomp and circumstance into our negotiations. So we'll have tea. Then we'll get my best idea is we'll see where the elevator goes. After we get off the elevator or even on the elevator, if for some reason this is a novel or something, an adventure story, if you could just tap your feet, then I will know that, we'll exit the building via the lobby and we could just go our separate ways, or I could take you somewhere. But I would presume they would know, they would be prepared for that. So actually just tap your feet and then later on, then we'll just go through the motions. Also, I have to tell you both the truth. If I think you're applying to be my imaginary friends, I don't think you could trust my intentions fully. I'm probably subconsciously trying to impress you both with anything I say. Oh, so back to the tea. I think here's a proposal. What if we all have it with a little milk and one lump of sugar? Then we're on just to see, because I don't think okay. Oh, great. You're very agreeable. Yeah, so there we go. I do like to, I think, do you mind if I put this cloth over my forearm, and then, do you mind if I pour your tea in a fancy way with whatever they call it? I forgot, sometimes my vocabulary is self-limiting. A flourish, that's the word I was thinking of. Something about your eye contact. You're oblong, correct? Right, oh boy. Oblong and Oddlong. Beautiful names. Beautiful names. Yeah, so let's see. Yeah. So just stir your tea as you wish. These are teaspoons. They're not actually, technically they're teaspoons. But as far as the scientific, what would you say? Technically, this is a teaspoon. It's a spoon. We're having tea. It's a tea-sized spoon. When someone, do you know who Abbott and Costello are? Kind of. Yes. Because, I don't know if they ever did a bit about teaspoons and teaspoons, because you'd say, well, is it a spoon for use in tea? or a spoon for the measurement of the unit, a teaspoon unit. I wish I was, I don't know, no, I mean, I honestly don't know if the teaspoon has to do with the metric system or not, but yeah, I've always wished I was on the metric system. I mean, for me, I'm confused either way, so we might as well be confused, like I might as well be globally confused instead of nationally confused. So here we are, just the three of us here. So let's slurp. Do you ever slurp your tea? Are you into that? I guess I'm a slurper. Somebody the other day was making, like, I wouldn't say making fun of me. Tea, what do they call that? Jocularly teasing me that I'm a slurper. It may be why I drink so little soup. I mean, soup's made for slurping. You got a smile on your face Oddlong out of that one. Because, I was going to say, this, like, that was another great parody song, that I never wrote. If we become best friends, I mean, how come I get imaginary friends and best friends confused? Is that what you're here to teach me about? Is the fact that I get those things mixed up? Because, I mean, that's, it would be good to know. I mean, because we got a lot to talk about. Okay, let's get moving. Let's get on this elevator. Once you're done with your tea. I mean, I didn't mean to rush either one of you. Sorry, when I said that, you both spilled your tea when you got up quickly. Yeah, let's take this elevator down. I'm presuming, hopefully, oh boy. I'm hoping if we press down, we're in a skyscraper. And we're not in some sort of, secret base, thousands of floors below the earth. I don't know what that would be called. It wouldn't be called Friendship Base. Is this Imaginary Friendship Institute? Imaginary Friendship Institute. I guess it's IFI, but it doesn't sound like that would be the first letters. Imaginary Friendship Institute. That's IFI, right, Oddlong? Okay, you two, this is kind of like babysitting. I mean, not that you were babies. No. I have no idea how old the two of you are. You seem, I'm not good at that. I'm guessing you're somewhere between 7 and 23. Yeah, Oddlong, I could tell you that also... I'm correct and also interested. I mean, but I guess if you're imaginary, what does that mean? I mean, maybe we should probably don't have enough rapport yet to talk about that, because that seems like could be something that could be a real thought experiment. Oh boy, what I was saying though. Oh yeah, you're right. I should press a button. Oh boy, thanks for looking at that panel, Oddlong. You're really on it. I'll press the L. We can't go wrong with the L unless it stands for landing pad. And even then, that would mean we're going up to the landing pad. Did you know I got a picture with Launchpad McQuack recently? And also a high five. So that's wasn't on my list of things to do, to wish for. Okay, here we go. This is a lobby. Man, you want to talk about a lot. I mean, this is like, yeah, this is what most lobbies are like. Kind of, I guess, does anyone ever write an ode to business lobbies or something like corporate lobby? An ode to corporate lobbies. Silent in the morning before we arrive. Except for those who've already arrived, waiting for everyone to start their day. The hustle, the bustle, and then we all go away. Oh, lobby, you're cold, I'll be honest with you. At the end of the day, something out of you. We all rush out of your view. Why do I need to rhyme when I'm here? because I don't know what else I'd do, Lobby, my dear. But Lobby, I'll be honest, this is my first time here, but I've seen you a million times before, and this much is clear. It's not easy being a Lobby. That's the end. I could go on. As you'll get to know me, you'll learn that. Also, I didn't say any of that to impact the Lobby. It's just these lobbies have a certain feel, like where you're like, well, I'm here. Finally getting some of that sweet fluorescent lighting on me. And then you're like, oh, I can't get out of here. Yeah, let's go down here. How you doing? Do we need to sign out or anything? No. Okay, great. Now, what I'm not going to do is ask the security person if they, right, like, because I can't break. Okay, good. So, as I was saying, we'll go out of this lobby and we'll take a left. I think we're in south of Market, San Francisco, believe it or not. Which is an area, okay, so I don't really know. I don't know this area that well, but we could always start walking. It's a good idea. Kind of familiar. I'll get a feel for there's nothing I mean, if you're applying for this position, you should know there's nothing I love more than being lost. I mean, as long as I don't get to be somewhere on time. So we'll take a left here and we'll just start walking. As long as I'm feeling comfortable, which is a narrow window. But, how often am I lost? Usually when I'm feeling comfortable. Let's walk down here. Now, see, there's some sun. Now, this is San Francisco, so we got to make the most of it. There's some sun hitting that bench there. And these are trolley tracks or streetcar tracks. So we could sit here and we'll enjoy the sounds of the streetcar going by. Might be, that might be imaginary too. And, sometimes when you're with me, you're going to think 2 + 2 is 5. And sometimes, I don't know when it would be. I guess that would be like the teacher would say, well, you're lukewarm on that answer, Scoots. And they'd say 2 + 2 is not 5. Oh, it's even. It would be 4. Yeah, but let's sit here and let's have a talk about imaginary friendship because I think you need to know everything about. Now, I don't know. Okay, so you don't talk thus far. I wonder, so I had an imaginary friend named Bill. Yeah, that was my imaginary friend from childhood, which is, ironic because now I'm a friend of Bill's in a different way. So now I have 2 friends named Bill, but so people used to say, are you a friend of Bill's? I'd say, well, I didn't remember. So that's what I really wanted to just let you both know. I had an imaginary friend as a child. Don't remember, and I've covered this. I don't know if you listen to my podcast. It's made to put people to sleep, so most of you wouldn't remember anyway, probably. But so I had an imaginary friend named Bill, who I forgot about. I'll just be straightforward with you. I'm sure it's a natural thing. And maybe that's part of my job. Holy moly. I guess where am I coming from? I should be figuring out how I could be of service to the 2 of you, particularly since you don't talk. I guess you'd be, okay, let me just not worry about that. Let me just tell you the truth first. Because it's just who I am. So I forgot about Bill. I think that probably happens to a lot of people, or maybe not. And you would have thought Bill never existed. So I don't know if at the Imaginary Friend Institute they prepare you for this kind of stuff. And again, I guess out here, just tap your left foot like a tap dancer or a nervous tapper. If any of this you say, I don't want to be because if you don't want to be an imaginary friend, we don't have to go back to that building. I don't know what I like. I don't really have any space, even for imaginary friends, moving in with me full time. But we'll figure something out. All I'm saying is I've never been an imaginary friend, but I can imagine it's not easy. And I would think that old timers would be like, in this day and age, probably old timers would say, you got it so easy being an imaginary friend because you could just use FriendCon or whatever, or Find My Human and all that. But I don't think there's, from my perspective, never been a tougher time to be an imaginary friend. Now, that's speaking from someone that was saying that, so I had an imaginary friend, forgot about Bill. Then one day I remembered Bill. Then I talked to Bill on the podcast. I said, hey, Bill, sorry, I forgot about you for about 20, 30 years. Wow, you were really there for me when I needed you. Then I forgot about you. Let's be friends again. Then I got busy. I guess I got so busy I forgot about Bill again. Then I remembered Bill. Then I kind of didn't exactly forget about Bill, just kind of said, well, let me put those thoughts over here. Then I apologized. Then I had Bill on the podcast again. I said, Bill, sorry about that. I said we were going to be friends again. I said we'd get together. We did ride a carousel, which was nice. I think the second time we walked around the New York State Fair, maybe, or we did something. Oh, you guys like the sound of that New York State Fair? I could tell. It sounds great, huh? And then I forgot about Bill again. There may have been another point where I remembered Bill, and Bill's kind of been in not my forethoughts and not 100% forgotten, which I guess to me I'd say, Scoots, why don't you just forget, but it's just real. I just want you two to know what you could be getting into. Particularly with the sense that I don't remember putting, I don't know how to, I don't remember putting out an application for, in a call for best imaginary friends. Now, you may be hearing me accidentally say best friend and imaginary friend. So that may be a set of clarification. I think maybe even Bill tried to explain that to me. As far as my memory goes, I don't think Bill talked a lot. So that might be part of being an imaginary friend. But I guess I'm thinking, well, not everybody has to be a best friend, right? You could be friends with somebody, but you don't have to be best friends or friends that talk every day. And I guess if you're imaginary friends, then... I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud, but I guess I'm thinking that I should find out how to be of service to the two of you, since you're here. So let's get walking again. This is let's walk this way. I think we're headed towards where the stadiums are in the water. This is a nice day for walking, isn't it? Yeah. And this is a nice area. We got some sidewalks, a boulevard. Just me and a couple of imaginary friends walking. The sun shining on us. Did you have those hats? When we first started going? Was that I wish somebody told me about the Amelia Bedelia mix-up thing. And then I said, oh, yeah. But then I forgot it again. Because now you're wearing those hats with those ribbons. I like that. There used to be two twin sisters that would walk around San Francisco. And then we had Frank with a 12 Galaxy sign. I still see Frank sometimes. Then we have had a lot of famous buskers, I don't know how to say this word. The two gallants, they used to sing songs like My Madonna. I think they did the weather one time for Night Vale. Or they were part of the weather. Oh, yeah, okay. I guess I'm trying to Here's the thing. I'm wondering if it would be good to have imaginary friends that are a lot younger than me, but not kids. Because now that I'm realizing, even though you're dressed as school children, I'm sorry about that. I'm guessing if your imaginary friends, I'm projecting these outfits on you. And I don't know. I mean, I don't know holy Freud. I don't think, let's not go there, but I don't think there's anything. It just must be so that you're more, maybe that I feel comfortable in your presence. I don't know. I mean, we could just agree to blame Amelia Bedelia at this point and then say, let her solve her own problems, if she could solve ours. Here's another thing. I guess I'm not looking for imaginary friends that are going to solve my problems. No, I'm not kidding either. Hear me out, because I guess I've been learning. I forgot about Bill. Let's just say, that. Not everything is that word, P-R-O-B, problem. And I'm trying to say, wait a second, this actually is an opportunity. I used to hear people say that, and I'd say, oh boy. Or a challenge. You say, well, it's a challenge, a growth opportunity. I would say that in a smarmy way. And I still will, holy cow. But that change is inevitable. So I don't know if that's, I don't know what that has to do with anything. Yeah, if we keep going down the street, I can see the water. Red's Java house is down there. And I think the Delancey Cafe is around here. I'm pretty sure. Maybe not. I think I'm like 80 blocks off. I am. That's what I always say. Coming the other way. I say, we're almost there. And then it ends up being, and then people say, are we going to walk all the way back this way? Because I love walking. So, I'm trying to think, this isn't my shining hour of being able to figure out how to deal with this. So I guess it's my understanding we were introduced to one another. Your applicants, did she say to be my imaginary friends? Applicants for imaginary friendship. I mean, I guess here's the thing. I guess I would love, what am I looking for in an imaginary friend? I guess one that helps me helps me ask for help. That would be one. I guess it feels weird, but I want to be honest, is an imaginary friend. I can't have you demanding my attention because I'm too much of a, I say that doesn't really feel fair to say, well, hey, how about we go, but I guess with a playful attitude. I mean, I can't imagine that this is an accident, because I was just talking about Oblong and Oddlong, and that's the Spiegel tent, I think. It's not supposed to be here. What's a Spiegel tent? I don't know if that's how you pronounce it, but it was, what was it called? Cirque du something. Not like, a bit like Cirque du Soleil, a little bit smaller. And I guess it's probably, it's the middle of the day right now, so it's beautiful inside. Yeah, let's just go inside. Well, let's just do it. This is the kind of wild stuff I do with my imaginary friends. Yeah, so we come in here. It's open. I would assume this is part of your application. Yeah, this is kind of like the waiting area for the show. So it's a dinner show with circus. I don't know if it's still going on. But yeah, look around. It's like we're inside of a tapestry. And yeah, this is where people you have you get ready for the show, maybe have a snack or a drinky poo. So it's nice. It's not bad. And where were we? So yeah, let's sit down here. They got some comfy couches here in the Spiegel tent. So where was I? I was saying, I don't have any idea what I was saying. Oh, I was saying, I guess, well, here's the thing. Like when I hear your names, so the podcast that I make, Sleep With Me, it involves a lot of ovular thinking, which I guess is a bit oblong. And it's also odd, a little bit different. And I guess it would be odd. And it's also long, so you both got that covered. What if how would you two feel about this? Now, I'd have to probably circumvent some of the old, whatever it's called, IFI regulations. What if you became imaginary friends of my podcast and for all the listeners, too? Okay, hear me out. This is just an idea. Almost like you were the embodiment of some of the spirit of the show. Okay, well, no, I'm sure you have your own skill sets. I can see that it's a little bit outside the box, and that's why, I brought you here to the Spiegel tent to talk to you, because we're kind of here. Feels like a safe place to me. We're enrobed in fabrics, and we're here just talking, just three beings talking about being and doing and existing. Because here's the thing. Here's a couple of things I've learned making the show, and they keep coming up for me. One, sometimes here's the thing about being different and odd. A lot of times you don't think you are, and then you might notice when there's some dissonance, and you say, "Oh, those You say, well, I don't quite fit in, or they're not, sometimes they're laughing at you, sometimes they're laughing in a way that they're like, I'm not sure if I'm laughing at you or with you. And sometimes you're just being yourself. And I don't know, for me, I've always dealt with it, like I've had a built-in skill set there of just being oblivious, a lot of times not even on purpose, and I think that's kind of shielded me. That's why I worked pretty well. I don't know if Bill taught me that or I learned it on my own. And then I also have this like loner outsider part of me. And then I probably had a part of me that like learned that and then reflected it and integrated it and then, treated other people like they're outsiders. So, amends to make. Mistakes, I've made a few, oblong and oddlong. But I think that's a pretty universal thing. But there's also like this friendship, this kindness, almost like parenting and loving, and a loving appreciation that making the podcast or meeting other broad-minded people or accepting people that said, oh, okay, this is just who you, and I guess it takes time. You two are dressed like school kids. You might not be, I mean, who knows what I guess I never thought about if imaginary friends are 100% human. I mean, you could be from one of those worlds where people exist as beams of light, timeless, infinite light or something. I don't know. That's probably why you don't talk, huh? Yep. But so I guess it's kind of taught me that being odd and being different and being yourself, sometimes we do it, say, well, I need a little attention, or sometimes you do it because you're not feeling comfortable. But then there's sometimes it's just natural, just organic oddness. And I think Oddlong, if you're game for it, we could really use an embodiment of that. Because sometimes it really helps to see someone as the spirit, the loving friend of our oddness. So that would be Oddlong. You'd say, okay, I'm your imaginary friend here. Oh, what do you like? You're a great listener. I can tell you that much. And you'd say, okay, well, wow. So, oh, you all, okay. Tell me what happened. All right. Well, You like making up songs about Hello Kitty with Christmas carols. Okay, that sounds like something Scooter would do. Okay. And, okay, and then some people kind of said, okay, well, yeah, they could see why that wouldn't be easy, but, and then you kind of help people, lead them to realize, maybe just have a safe place where they feel their feelings, but they feel like in you're oddlong. Like, there's nothing that's inherently odd about you, oddlong. But you've been odd for a long time. Maybe you are an infinite beam of odd light. I don't know if it's refraction or reflection that did it. But this is just, I'm making up a backstory for you. Maybe like you were packaged like in a toy container, you're from infinite light planets. I realize you're looking at me like you're not made of infinite light. You're just an imaginary friend. Okay. So it's just an idea. I mean, I think that'd be great if I introduce you to listeners, which is happening right now anyway, and say, here's our friend Oddlong, friend of the show. We don't even have to say you're imaginary. I think that's a little bit, you know what I'm saying? I think you like this idea. You'll like the listeners. They'll really like you too. Okay. And then now, Oblong, you've been listening the whole time. So it's a little bit of, looks like you almost have the contentment blues, which is kind of maybe how you feel before, while you're, I guess you're proud of your sibling there, huh? So Oblong, you're also like a kind of symbol of, I don't know. I mean, I guess an oblong shape is like, I guess the word perfect, we don't even have to use it. Am I right? But you'd say oblong shape is one that's more ubiquitous, not underrepresented, but you might say you don't get the glory. They never said this is the golden age of oblong. I mean, even the age of Aquarius got a song about it, right? I don't know if any of the other things did, like the oblong age. I don't know. That was like, I think that one was cut off of, that was like his extra Ziggy Stardust song that didn't make it. But you're a shape that we're all familiar with, we all enjoy. But that's, because I guess I always just, oh boy, everybody loves those circles and squares and triangles. Holy equilateral. Or great job on that one because we can use it, for an industrial purpose. But you're kind of the bridge between the shapes in nature and the shapes of remake or human creation, huh? I also might not know what oblong really means. I know what it means to me, which is kind of how my logic works. It's a circuitous. It kind of circles around. I guess everybody says our life's like a circle, but I would say it's way more oblong than that. They say it's a flat circle. I say, well, I don't know. What do you mean? Like, so it's only 2D? Like, if I'm picturing for oblong, that's like that's 3 dimensions, and maybe, I guess there's probably a 4th dimension somewhere since you're an imaginary friend. But here's one part of you, what I could see your role being, oblong, is that not everybody's thinking if it fits the conventional model that's portrayed, or that's almost portrayed maybe in a way that's not even actually portrayed as. And I say that as in like, oh, you should do this, or successful people do this, or happy people X. And, that's kind of something that we just integrate into ourselves. A lot of us, not everybody probably. But that's not how it really works in the end. It's much more of an oblong thing. Even those people, you'd say, well, that might be the exception to the rule anyway. You say, well, I get out of bed, I do 50 things, and then I do some jumping jacks, and then I eat my brain all. Then so you'd say, okay, well, that's interesting. And maybe you help us, or both of you together, help us appreciate those things, not just in ourselves. I mean, that's part of it is self-care. But then the other part is the exact mistakes I made. You're helping, maybe, I mean, if you could help me be saying, be focused out there and appreciating that in others, and not in a way of pointing it out, in a way of like letting those beams of richness impact me and letting me be open to that. I mean, I know that's heady stuff, believe me. There's, Glide Memorial is not near where we are, but for some reason that just popped in my head with a spirit there of acceptance and celebration. I'm not ready for that level of, I don't think our listeners would think that would be very bedtime conducive. But so the thing is, because we have on the podcast, we have characters like Ray and Bernie and Scooter and Richard Warren Sears, James Cash, Penny, Stan the Soda Machine, my Nana, people that I call, mostly people that work in banks, answer phones, an imaginary sleep pod, different parts of my brain bots. But we kind of don't have two people kind of in the background there. Because I always talk about the safe place of the show. Almost, I don't know, not like greeters, but that safe presences of the safe place that you could say, like embodiment. I guess that's what I'm saying. No. They wouldn't, you're safe. No, it wouldn't be within. The safe place would be separate, but you would be the embodiment, different than the representation of a safe place. Much more than that. So I don't know, how did you feel about that? Like, like that would be the roles I would be. And again, everything changes, so there could be other opportunities. But I would love to have you. And then here's the other thing I could forget after this episode, but I would love to have you here anyway. So when the listeners know it's bedtime, they could keep a lookout. Like one time, I got Goldbug and Doodlebug and Worm PQster or whatever all mixed up. I think like there's Goldbug, and then I thought of Doodlebug, who's not a character. One day maybe he'll be a character on the podcast, but like you could be always there, a presence, a reassuring presence, almost a reassuring human presence, because you are humans, imaginary friends of humans, right? Okay, well, I don't think we need to go back to the IFI, right? I don't know if they didn't say anything about that. I said I was, because at first I didn't know if this would work out because I'm not super comfortable, But I guess I'm saying welcome to the Sleep With Me family. And I guess because you two are kind of curled up with me on this bench sleeping, that you'd like the idea. So snuggled in, oblong and oddlong. Like two puppies in my arm, under my armpits right now. So nice. Good night.